Announcements. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions. Papers. Reports from committees. Notes of motions given orally. Question and answers to questions. Well, for me, Senator Morris. No, you can go ahead. I was just getting your mic on. Go ahead now. You can go ahead now.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the expiration of 21 minus 7 days, I will ask the leader of government business in the Senate the following question standing in my name. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is a historic day. The debate is a historic one, and we therefore have one bill on our agenda. And it is indeed my honor to rise to open this historic debate in the Senate on the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the City Municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters. Mr. President, our consideration and, if thought fit, passage of this bill today is of tremendous significance. In fact, this is the very first time in post-colonial independent Jamaica that a new parish is being created. The people of Jamaica, and particularly the people who live in Portmore, the citizens of Portmore, are indeed living in exciting and momentous times as together we make history. The system of designating and naming parishes has subsisted since the English settlement of Jamaica in 1655. The island was then divided into 7 administrative units known as parishes. Since the very establishment of this administrative unit, that is a parish, the revision of parish boundaries has been, of necessity, a complementary feature of government. Sections of parishes have been combined, some have been eliminated entirely, and new ones have been created. By 1683, the number of parishes in Jamaica increased from the original 7 to 16. In 1713, Kingston was formed as the 17th parish, as the population resettled after the destruction of Port Royal, which, of historical note, by then was also its own parish, due to, of course, its destruction due to earthquake and fire. In 1841, of interest, Metcalfe Parish was created from the combination of St. George and St. Mary, all of these seeming such foreign names to us now today, resulting in a total of 22 parishes, the highest number we would ever see. In 1867, parish boundaries were again revised. The passage of what was known as Law 22 in that year eliminated some parishes which saw their geographical zones consolidated into others, and consequently, since May 1, 1867, Jamaica has had the 14 parishes we know today. The history of creation, designation, formation, dissolution, and absorption of parishes and resulting redrawing of parish boundaries in Jamaica was a constant feature, but something in our history that has only ever been done by our former colonizers. This government has the strong belief and vision that the acts of the British up to 1867 will not be the sum total of parish development history of Jamaica land we love. Who could truly want otherwise? I would add that under colonial rule, very little thought, if any, was given to the well-being of the population, and in sharp contrast, our efforts to make Portmore Jamaica's 15th parish is a move that has the best interests of the people at heart. And so, Mr. President, nearly 158 years after the last parish boundary revision, we have embarked on the process to give the highest administrative designation and further empowerment to the people of Portmore. This bill will make the largest community in the Caribbean Jamaica's 15th parish. Mr. President, this bill, through its conferment of parish status on Portmore, seeks to significantly open the door of economic, social, and political development for the people of Portmore by increasing their ability to more autonomously chart their own course and to more effectively advocate and manage their resources, which will be available for allocation. With a population of just over 200,000 people, more than the populations to be found in at least 8 of our parishes, and certainly more than Hanover and Trelawney combined, for this government, making Portmore a parish is the right thing to do by its residents. We have a vision for the people of this soon-to-be parish, one which was, as a matter of fact, previously shared by the PNP, or at least some of its members, and certainly including no less a man than the PNP's Mr. Portmore, the late Mr. George Lee. The PNP's response to his advocacy was to make Portmore a city municipality. This was not a bad thing, but we see a vision beyond this. One which will engender far more progress than sending councillors to the St. Catherine Parish Council meetings so they can be paid, and all of the subsidiarity that flows from that ethos. Mr. President, the transformation of Portmore into a parish is not only a value proposition in its own right and want to give greater equity to the citizens of Portmore, but it's also a part of this administration's work to change the total architecture of Jamaica into a fully modern country, economically, socially, and politically speaking, so that all Jamaicans are proud of their country in the most complete way. The Resilience Park is actually being built now, Minister Tufton has just announced the plans on the way for a new hospital, even though I know others will speak about the access that citizens already have today. Visions of a smart city, leveraging our young people's brilliance in that large community. We, quite simply, Mr. President, want more for Portmore. The political party which forms this government placed it in our manifesto. We campaigned on it, we engaged the people on it, and we were rewarded with electoral victories within and beyond Portmore. We note this new argument about a referendum, but without even arguing any of the flaws in that proposal, which I'm sure will be raised further in this debate, the people have indeed spoken in 2020 through the general elections. Mr. President, I will now proceed to examine this historic bill clause by clause. Clause 1 contains a short title of the bill, the Counties and Parishes Amendment Act 2025. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 3 first by separating and distinguishing the new parish from the parish of St. Catherine in its subsection 3, capital A. It then creates a new subsection, big capital, or rather capital AA, which seeks to constitute and establish the new parish of Portmore to include the Hellshire Hills and Goat Islands. This clause also specifically excludes Lakes Pen, Grange Pen, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry Hill from the parish of Portmore. It provides that the parish town, as they used to be known, parish town or capital of the parish of Portmore shall be the city of Portmore, in the same way that the city of Kingston is the parish capital of the parish of Kingston. And Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 4 of the principal legislation by making it clear that save for the changes made to the boundaries of the parish of Portmore, all other parish and county boundaries adopted in 1884 remain the same and shall continue to be binding. Clause 4 seeks to insert a new Section 8, Mr. President, which provides the reference to the schedule, which provides the description of the area of the parish of Portmore and its parish town and the capital, as I've just explained. And that schedule is divided into 3 parts. Part one of the schedule provides the written description of what will become the parish of Portmore. Part 2 sets out the map of the parish of Portmore, and Part 3 describes and defines what will be the city of Portmore. And in this respect, the city of Portmore will include the lands east of North Ascot, which includes the Portmore Municipal Corporation and the police station, lands south of Brayton Parkway, which comprise the Inland Revenue Department and commercial entities, parts of Naggohead and lands north of Brayton Road. These are, of course, important law enforcement and administrative entities that are essential to the management of the new parish of Portmore. Mr. President, Clause 5 seeks to insert the schedules after the new Section 8. Mr. President, Clause 6 seeks to amend, it's a consequential amendment, it seeks to amend the Local Governance Act to vest the assets and liabilities of the city municipality of Portmore in the newly created Portmore Municipal Corporation. So Clause 6 also underscores the upgrade of Portmore by reflecting it among colleague corporations next after the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. Clause 7 seeks to amend the Town and Country Planning Municipality of Portmore Provisional Development Order 2018 by removing the current words Municipality of Portmore and replacing them with the words Parish of Portmore. Clause 7 also replaces the first order of that schedule, the first schedule of that order with the new area of Parish of Portmore, which mirrors, of course, the boundaries of the new Parish of Portmore as proposed under the earlier mentioned amendments to the Counties and Parishes Act. Clause 8, Mr. President, seeks to repeal the Charter of the Municipality of Portmore to facilitate its upgrade of Portmore to a parish with a municipal corporation. Clause 9 seeks to provide that any document or any instrument that bears the word Municipality of Portmore will be legally treated as referring to the words Parish of Portmore once this act takes effect. And I want to read this expressly, and I want to emphasize this point because, Mr. President, I understand that there's a disinformation campaign telling people that if this act is passed, they're going to incur expenses because they're going to have to go change out the title. They're going to have to go change out any documents in relation to their residence or business. Absolute nonsense and lies, Mr. President. Let me read it and then explain it once more. Any reference in any other document, enactment, instrument, agreement, notice, prospectus, or other legal document to the Municipality of Portmore shall be construed as a reference to the Parish of Portmore. So everything will automatically be understood to have been amended by virtue of this act, and certainly as administrative processes are undertaken, then the documentation itself will change within government. But it will, no person bearing title, enactment, instrument, agreement, notice, prospectus, or other legal document which refers to the Municipality of Portmore will be prejudiced by this change to a parish. Thank you. Mr. President, they're always ready for him. They're always ready for him. Mr. President, as I bring my opening of this debate to a close, I just wish to to remind members and the entire Jamaica watching and listening to these proceedings of the extensive process of consultation which took place. I trust that colleagues are going to repeat and emphasize this point again to ensure that people tuning in at different stages of the debate who maybe didn't hear the first part will still get the facts. And that apart from town halls and community engagements, the fact is that the process of establishing the Joint Select Committee of Parliament to consider this issue started in December 2020, just a couple months after the 2020 election. 14 meetings were held by the Joint Select Committee, and these included 2 virtual town hall meetings with the residents of Portmore. Additionally, over 23 public entities and Portmore-based associations, including the Portmore Leadership Council, the Sunshine City Chamber of Commerce, Amen. The National Water Commission, the SDC, JPS, JCF, and other agencies made formal submissions. And at least 24 individuals made written and oral submissions to the committee. These included a former mayor, sitting councillor for the Edgewater Division. All of this evidence of extensive consultation during the process of the Joint Select Committee alone is published in the final report of that committee. And the evidence shows that really any suggestion that this process was not extensive, and indeed that this is some rush, should really cause reasonable persons to question the rationale and sincerity of those arguments. This is not a new idea. But, Mr. President, in February 2022, that is 3 years ago, this Parliament voted to approve that motion, to approve the motion in respect of the Joint Select Committee to grant parish status to Portmore. And that vote followed 2 more weeks of debate on the report of the JSC that considered the matter, a process that itself included other consultations. Mr. President, we have yet to hear a reason that the parish of Portmore should not be established. We really have yet to hear a reason that it should not be established. For many years, politicians, civil society, and residents have complained about the challenges of having councillors having to sit in 2 different bodies, both in Portmore and St. Catherine. They have raised the compelling arguments raised by residents of Portmore in respect of tax collection, that revenue should be more directly used to effectively address issues in Portmore. And after many meetings, discussions, public fora, articles, discussions, letters, reflecting many views about the potential of Portmore, this administration, as we have on so many matters that have languished in our developmental history, this administration is taking action. We have put before the people of Portmore, and in fact, the full Jamaica, a vision of a structure that will allow them the greatest platform for their development. Mr. President, in this context, I want to invite members on both sides to contribute to this historic debate and to give their wholehearted support to this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the City Municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. And we'll have Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that I am the only member of the Senate here today who has served on the Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
No, I'm not here.
The substantive president has served, but he's absent today, and in any event would not properly be allowed to participate in the debate.
Properly being the operative word.
So I think it is
important that I perhaps shed some light on the technical process that is involved in creating new constituencies, which this bill would be doing. A new constituency, redrawing constituency boundaries. In fact, the last major such process of constituency boundary review took place in the period, I think it was 2009 to 2010, when 3 new constituencies were added to Jamaica, 2 in St. Catherine and 1 in St. James. And I must tell you, as a commissioner then, a nominated commissioner, and the general secretary of the party, I was very much involved, along with then General Secretary Carl Samuda, and the director of elections, and ultimately the independent members in determining these boundaries. I remember at the time, I distinctively remember MP Warmington coming to the committee that was dealing with it to make a presentation. And he strenuously objected then to the boundaries we were discussing for the new East Central St. Catherine. And effectively, what we're seeing here today is what he was advocating for then. However, on the matters that could not be agreed between that boundaries subcommittee of the Electoral Commission at the level of nominated commissioners and their technical assistants, which, by the way, the Electoral Commission provided a budget for a technical assistant to be employed by each party to assist in this process and to help them with the technical details, the analysis of boundaries, the analysis of electors and the sizes of PDs, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end of the day, where there was no agreement, the matter went to the independent commissioners and the so-called selected commissioners and the director of elections. And they made a final decision, and all commissioners accepted it. Those recommendations were then sent to Parliament, which by convention for the last 40 years or so has delegated the matter of constituency boundaries to the Electoral Commission of Jamaica and its predecessor, the EAC, the Electoral Advisory Committee. Now, bear in mind, this process to deal with addition of constituencies, 3 constituencies across 2 parishes, took 2 years and a tremendous amount of field work. And consultation and preparation, because field officers had to be sent out with GIS devices to properly map the new boundaries, not just of constituencies, but of the PDs as well, and the local government divisions. So I give you that technical background because very important. In this instant case we're now facing, after what the leader of government business said is over a century of stasis on changing constituency boundaries, but I believe one journalist, parish boundaries. But in this case, it's both, because changing parish boundaries will also be changing. It also changes constituency boundaries.
They don't even know.
in this case, after so long, I mean, one journalist today suggested it was decades, but the leader of opposition, of government business said over a century. So suddenly, notwithstanding the glacial pace at which these things have moved traditionally, suddenly, within 6 months of a general election, within 6 months of when a general election is due, we are suddenly rushing to pass these bills. Well, you didn't bring it in 2020.
No,
You're bringing it now.
2022, the report was published. You're bringing it within 6
And just for,
a general election. That is a sort of
you know,
democracy.
there's some of us in here
Democracy.
who
A breach of the Constitution.
are economical with the truth. And one just spoke up and said that the technical work was being done. Well, I have here a letter. I have here a letter from the chairman of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, Mr. Earl Jarrett, which proves that no technical work has been done. No technical work has been done. In fact, as far back as 2024, he wrote the Minister of Local Government, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and advised in a letter dated June 18th that the proposed Portmore parish boundaries may negatively affect the boundaries of a constituency as stated in the second schedule of the Jamaica Constitution, Order in Council 1962. That is the Constitution of Jamaica. Paragraph 2, subsection 1 states as follows, quote, the boundary of a constituency shall not cross the boundary of a parish as delimited by the Counties and Parishes Act or by any law amending or replacing that law.
Repeat that one thing, because Arvin don't understand that. The minister beside him don't understand it. Nobody understand. Repeat it for them, Bunty.
The boundary of a constituency shall not cross the boundary of a parish as delimited by the Counties and Parishes Act or by any law amending or replacing that law. End quote.
Or
Shall not. Shall not. And then, contrary to what a certain senator has suggested, on February 12, 2025, the chairman of the Electoral Commission again wrote the clerk to the Houses of Parliament, stating the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is aware that the Counties and Parishes Amendment Bill was passed in the House of Parliament on Tuesday, February 11, 2025. And he drew her attention to the earlier letter, the one sent June 18, 2024, to the Permanent Secretary, pointing out this constitutional probable breach or breach that would occur once the bill, should the bill be passed and brought into effect. And he closes that letter and says, in the said letter of which a copy is attached, the Commission advised the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry that the proposed boundary for the parish of Portmore will impact 4 constituencies, 13 electoral divisions, and 398 polling divisions from the parish of St. Catherine. And I'll go further.
That letter was sent to the commissioners?
This letter was sent to the clerk, to the houses. I'm not sure what was done with it, but it was copied to the director of elections and the director of legal affairs and compliance. So, but I'll just give you some ideas.
Don't give them no idea, no, they'll take ECJ to court.
No, of what the ECJ brought to their attention. Section, this is just reading one paragraph, showing all the challenges that this would cause in terms of the work of the ECJ.
Tell us.
And I'll just read, there are many bullets, but one of them, for example, says, sections of the Gregory Park and Portmore Pines divisions will be eliminated. All of PDs 51, 53, 55, and 56 will be eliminated. PDs 1, 20, 49, 50, 52, and 54 will be cut into pieces.
Splinter.
Will be splintered.
Yes, all right.
And a section of these PDs will be included by the proposed boundaries. So you are not just shattering constituency boundaries or local government division boundaries, but right down to the PD level. 398 PDs.
Even one KFC, them going to move from Portmore. Even one KFC.
Subsequently,
Any Popeyes will be
this, Mr. Speaker, is of such moment that the chairman of the People's National Party, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, wrote to the Minister of Local Government on February 21st, 2025, reminding him of the constitutional provision, which I repeat again, the boundary of a constituency shall not cross the boundary of a parish as delimited by the Counties and Parishes Act or by any law amending or replacing that law. And of course, this is the Constitution, so that clause you read, superseding other laws, has no application here. And she goes on, consequently, the bill, if passed into law and made operational, will immediately be unconstitutional. Immediately be unconstitutional.
Like the next bill.
So she urges that this bill not be brought into effect, even if it is passed here today. The truth of the matter is that no work has taken place at this point by the ECJ. And we are now in the final day of February. So even if this bill were passed and brought into effect, then it would be April before any work could commence. That is the work on that will impact 4 constituencies, 13 electoral divisions, and 398 polling divisions from the parish of St. Catherine. Now, we know that a new voters list will be issued on May 31st.
The preliminary one?
No, the final list, May 31st and November 30th. Those are the 2 times each year that a list is updated and published. So the next one is due on the 31st of May. But those of us who have represented constituencies also know that a draft list is issued at the beginning of May, so that the parties and their liaison officers have a chance to scrutinize the lists, identify any anomalies, and there are often anomalies, persons placed in the wrong PDs or even in the wrong constituencies, and they have a period, I think it's typically 10 days, to come back to the returning officer in the constituency, who then forwards those to the Director of Elections, and they are amended or corrected. So what we're really talking about is maybe a month and a half in which it would need the time to do all this work on the 4 constituencies, 13 electoral divisions, and 398 polling divisions. That cannot be done properly in that time. That would take at least 1 year for that work to be done. And I speak with knowledge because I was intimately involved the last time it was done. And again, it's constitutionally bound. So I think it was important, Mr. President, to give that technical context on the work of the Electoral Commission. As somebody who served there for 7 years and was very involved in the last period.
Thank you very much.
So you will understand why today I rise in absolute and unrelenting opposition to this bill. This brazen, undemocratic, and dangerous piece of legislation that seeks to undermine Jamaica's hard-earned democratic traditions. Let me be unequivocal. Let me be unequivocal. This bill is not about progress. This bill is not about governance. This bill is not about the betterment of Portmore. This bill is a cynical political maneuver designed to subvert democracy and manipulate the electoral boundaries for partisan gain.
That's what Warmington said. It's not me say so.
This bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing, dressed up in the language of development, but fundamentally rotten at its core. At its heart, it represents a blatant attempt by this Jamaica Labour Party government to gerrymander Jamaica's electoral map, bypassing the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, an institution that has for decades been entrusted with the independent and non-partisan responsibility for setting constituency boundaries. Mr. President, this...
So when the parishes...
Mr. President...
constituency boundary, what happens?
You know that you are disturbing Senator Bunting. Continue, Senator Bunting.
Thank you. Mr. President, this is an unprecedented attack on our democratic framework. And it must be rejected in the strongest possible terms. It is a shameful assault on our democratic principles. For over 40 years, Jamaica has been a beacon in the Caribbean and beyond for its progressive approach to electoral governance. The ECJ has stood as a bulwark against political manipulation, ensuring that no government, no matter how power hungry, can unilaterally shift constituency boundaries to its advantage. It is this principled approach that helped bring an end to the political violence of the past, where hundreds of Jamaicans lost their lives in the bloody run-up to the 1980 elections.
But you see what happened with Portmore with the march into the council? 2 MPs. 2 MPs.
This,
Shame.
it is this principled approach why just a couple elections ago, won by the slimmest of margins, was accepted without protest by the parties, losing party, and the general public because of the principled approach that the ECJ has taken.
And now we don't have a
No, Mr. President, this JLP government, in a shameless bid to tilt the scales in its favor, seeks to override this long-standing system by adjusting constituency boundaries under the guise of establishing a new parish. This is a naked abuse of power, a perversion of the parliamentary process, and an outright betrayal of the Jamaican people. The people of Portmore have spoken before, and they have spoken clearly. They have long cherished their unique status as Jamaica's only city municipality. They fought for and won the right to elect their mayor directly. A democratic innovation that has strengthened local governance and community representation. And yet, this JLP government, in its arrogance, believes it can strip them of this right without even consulting them in a meaningful way. Where is the referendum? Where is the democratic process? Where is the voice of the people in a decision that so fundamentally alters their political reality? It is nowhere to be found because this government fears what the people will say. You talk about what the people said in 2020. What did they say in 2024, which is a much more up-to-date version of their opinion? They know that if the people of Portmore were given the choice, they would resoundingly reject this bill for the farce that it is. This is gerrymandering disguised as development. Let us call this bill what it is: gerrymandering legislation. And for the public that may be listening and looking on, let me explain what is gerrymandering. It is the deliberate manipulation of electoral boundaries to favor one political party over another. And that is precisely what is happening here. By redrawing the boundaries of Portmore to create a new parish, the government is attempting to carve up constituencies, particularly East Central St. Catherine, deliberately altering the political balance of power to its advantage.
That's what Warmington said.
This is not, believe what Warmington said. He's on the record saying that is exactly the purpose.
Yes.
Mr. President, this is nothing short of an attack on free and fair elections. For decades, Jamaica has stood proudly as a model of democratic integrity, where the setting of electoral boundaries has been left in the hands of professionals. not politicians with an agenda. Let me repeat that. For decades, Jamaica has stood proudly as a model of democratic integrity, where the setting of electoral boundaries has been left in the hands of professionals, not in the hands of politicians with an agenda. By bypassing the ECJ, this government is recklessly undermining the very foundation of our democracy, throwing aside decades of progress to return to the dark days of political manipulation. You know, I want to refer to a document that I researched. It's titled The History of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, and it was done in September 2024. But it highlights some of the persons who have contributed over the years, starting with the EAC and then transitioning to the ECJ. And what we're doing here today, what this GLP government is doing, is betraying the contribution and the memory, in some cases, of many of these great Jamaicans, these patriots. Professor Mills, Mr. Peter John Thwaites, Mr. William Chinsey,
Yes, sir.
Professor the Honorable Errol Miller, the Honorable Dorothy Pine McClarty. We're talking about people like Dr. the Honorable Paul Robertson, the Honorable Shirley Miller, Mr. O.K. Melhedo, the Honorable Bruce Golding, Dr. Reginald Irvin, Professor Murray, Dr. D.K. Duncan, Miss Portia Simpson, Honorable Errol Anderson, Carl Samuda, Mavis Gilmore, the Honorable Donald Barrington Buchanan, and the Senator Anthony Johnson. The Honorable Peter Phillips, Senator Ryan Peralta, and though he was on the other side, I would say he was a champion for an honest electoral system. He was relentless in championing the EVBIS, the electronic voter identification and ballot issuing system. And Mr. President, I could go on. When we transferred, well, when it became the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, we had, again, Honorable McClarty, the Honorable Maxine Henry Wilson, people like Professor the Honorable Gerald Layla, Errol Miller, the Honorable Michael Peart, Burchell Whiteman, Senator Tavares Finson, Honorable Justice Clarence Billy Walker, yours truly, Honorable Justice Carl Harrison, Professor Alvin Wint. All the contribution of all those eminent Jamaicans are being dashed by this attempt here today.
Speaker's time is up.
Sufficient to continue meeting.
Minister.
Just continue.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might he be permitted such time as required to complete his presentation?
Question is that the Speaker be allowed sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is about creating a parish in name only. In reality, it is a political scheme.
Scam.
Let us ask the critical questions. What benefit does this bill bring to the people of Portmore that they couldn't get without this bill? Does it give them better infrastructure? No. Does it provide them with a public hospital? No. Does it create a parish court, a cemetery, or a public market? No, no, and no. Instead, this bill leaves the people of Portmore in a state of political and administrative limbo. It severs them from the resources of St. Catherine without offering them anything in return. It would be a parish in name only, a hollow designation that serves only the political ambitions of the Jamaica Labour Party.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition, sorry, Mr. President, the opposition stands resolutely against this assault on our democratic norms. We will not stand by while this government tramples on the will of the people. We will not be complicit in the destruction of our independent electoral system. We will fight this bill with every tool at our disposal. To the Jamaican people, I say this: do not be fooled by the empty rhetoric of this government. This is not about development. This is about power. This is about control. This is about undermining the democratic institutions that have served this country well. If we allow this bill to pass, what next? Will the government carve up other parishes to further its political agenda? Will it redraw the electoral map every time it fears losing power? I could anticipate a bill coming next week trying to change the boundary between Manchester and St. Elizabeth to remove the Alligator Pond division, which will be strongly supporting the PNP. Mr. Speaker, this end run around the Electoral Commission about this convention that has been developed over decades, developed and observed and has served this country well. This is really an attempt to retake that power from the Electoral Commission, retake that responsibility, and redraw the electoral map by using constituency boundaries. This is...
All right, Senator Bunting, just hold a second. Hold a second now. All right. Senator Lambert Brown. I've sat here since Senator Crawford. Be calm. Senator Brown, you have made some comments since the commencement of Senator Bunting's presentation, which really and truly breaches it. No, it's not a matter of me liking or not liking. I'm going to apply the standing order. And some of the comments that you are making, I will put up with the little bantering and so forth that goes on here. But you have made at least 3 comments which breaches the standing order, and particularly 35(4), where I'm making insulting comments. And I'm asking you to desist. You have a bantering, but desist from the insulting comments, right? Please. Thank you very much. Continue, Senator Bunting.
It applies to both sides. It applies to both sides.
Mr. President,
You want me to use a physiological term?
and I repeat my last sentence. Whether Senator Morgan likes it or not, it should make you uncomfortable. This is about undermining the democratic institutions that have served this country well. It is a dangerous precedent, one that we must reject with every fiber of our being. Mr. President, authoritarians, tyrants, wannabe tyrants, petty tyrants, all attack institutions and undermine institutions. We have observed the litany of attacks from that side on an institution called the Integrity Commission. We have seen the litany of attacks from that side on that institution. Now we're seeing this attack on the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. The opposition will vote against this bill. And we will not stop there. We will fight it in the court of public opinion. We will take this issue to the people. And if necessary, we will challenge it in the courts. This bill is an affront to democracy, an insult to the people of Portmore, and a disgrace to the principles of fair governance. We say to this government, shame on you for attempting to turn back the clock on Jamaica's democracy. Shame on you for trying to manipulate the electoral process. Shame on you for thinking the Jamaican people will stand idly by while you dismantle the democratic safeguards that have protected our nation for decades. This is not just a political fight. This is a fight for Jamaica's future. And we in the opposition will stand on the right side of history. We reject this bill, we will resist its implementation, and we will defend Jamaica's democracy with everything we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bunting.
Some batsmen like when the ball is new, you see? Coming on to the bat.
All right, Senate. We now have Senator Marlon Morgan. Senator Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning to express my support for the bill that is before us. And while I'm at it, Mr. President, particularly in a context where it has been quite some time in coming, from George Lee, from the pioneering experiment in Portmore to this point, I think the technical team, the team here at the Parliament, and all the persons who have gotten us to this point are deserving of our gratitude and commendations, Mr. President. On Tuesday, March 26, 1985, a proud, ambitious, and hard-working corporal of police, along with his then partner, a housewife, and their nearly 16-month-old child, moved to and started residing in a community called Cumberland in Portmore. That almost 16-month-old child, who was quite chubby and vivacious, I'm told, was me, Mr. President. And based on the concurrence of the Senate, still chubby, but more so, vivacious. Full of vim, vigor, and vitality. We'll have it no other way, Mr. President. Mr. President, having lived almost all my life in Portmore, it is not surprising that this debate takes on added significance for me. Indeed, some commentators would describe it as being particularly close to home. Mr. Speaker, back in the mid-1980s, when I would have been moved to Portmore, in those days, and still is today, Portmore was a place where ordinary, hardworking, ambitious, progressive, and forward-thinking working-class Jamaicans looked to for the coveted opportunity of attaining the dream of home ownership and becoming part of the ownership society in this country of ours. For me, Mr. President, this debate is close to home and profoundly personal. And while many who have come to call Portmore home have largely had a modest and humble existence, they cherish their opportunity at home ownership and want to see better for themselves and their children. Portmore, Mr. President, becoming Jamaica's 15th parish is a further step toward helping the residents of Portmore attain their aspirations and seeing better for themselves and their children. Mr. President, throughout this debate, the members opposite will struggle. They are and will continue to go to great lengths to clutch at straws. They will be circuitous, they will be repetitive, but alas, Mr. President, they are going to be struggling throughout this debate. They will struggle, Mr. President, and have already started off struggling, not because they are incapable of beautiful speaking, because certainly it is not for want of effort. No, not at all. They are struggling and will continue to struggle throughout this debate, Mr. President, because there is absolutely no solid basis or good reasons for them, the members opposite, to oppose the emergence of Portmore as Jamaica's 15th parish. For the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. President, no credible or compelling points can be articulated by the opposition as to why Portmore should not become Jamaica's 15th parish. No credible or compelling arguments can be conveyed or articulated as to how parish status will undermine, detract from, or in any way be deleterious or inimical to Portmore and its citizens. And so, Mr. President, the question is, what does Portmore stand to lose in becoming Jamaica's 15th parish? Indeed, what do the residents of Portmore stand to lose with Portmore becoming Jamaica's 15th parish? I think the answer to that is pellucid, quite clear. Mr. President, one of the things I have observed over the years, and we have now had the benefit of the opening presentation from that side, there has been a palpable and I dare say disturbing pattern of and practice of political expediency from the members opposite over principle, or that which is principled. And I raise that observation, Mr. President, because of some of the comments that have been made in relation to motive behind making Portmore Jamaica's 15th parish. You see, Mr. President, the only basis and the quintessential basis on which the members opposite are opposed to Portmore becoming Jamaica's 15th parish is one that has to do with their own calculation and assessment of their political fortunes and prospects rather than any principled consideration. For the members opposite, Mr. President, it is always political expediency over principle. Political expediency over principle. When the government, Mr. President, after a considerable period of time and a lot of kicking of the can down the road, brought the adjustments, the then proposed adjustments to the emoluments of members of the political directorate, the opposition spokesman on finance elsewhere, the lower house that is, rose and signaled support for the direction in which the government was going. But so soon as the members opposite detected where the wind was blowing and that the public, understandably so, was incensed at the proposed adjustment to the emoluments of members of the political directorate, they sought to walk it back. So the member rose in support and then was prevailed on by his leader, I surmise, insofar as withdrawing the support that had previously been signaled. There are those who are not so adept at connecting dots, Mr. President, but we are quite proficient over here at doing so. And just to be very clear, the relevance of the point I'm making is that the members opposite have a propensity to, I dare say, a penchant for, political expediency over principle. And let me make the point further. The leader of opposition business in the House seconded the motion when the question of the proposed elevation of the then Deputy Speaker of the House to serve as Speaker was moved. He seconded the motion. If you be quiet, you may just learn something. So I'll encourage you to be quiet. If you are quiet, you may learn something. Yes? And so, Mr. President, having seconded the motion, that member, the leader of opposition business in the House, ended up being emasculated as some weeks thereafter, we saw his leader essentially registering objection to that elevation of the then Deputy Speaker to serve as Speaker. Political expediency, Mr. President, over principle. Mr. President, Portmore is the manifestation of Edward Siaga's vision. On this side, we are proud and as the children and grandchildren of the late Edward Philip George Siaga, who conceptualized Portmore, we are honored and we are delighted to be standing on the shoulders of the late, great Edward Philip George Siaga, Mr. President. We stand on his shoulders. The creation and naming of Portmore's pioneering community, Independent City, was intentional, and I believe it was so apt, absolutely fitting. I am exceedingly proud as an observer, as a stakeholder, as a resident for many years in Portmore, Mr. President, of the growth that that space has attained over the years. And both sides, Mr. President, can take credit for the development of Portmore over the years. I am a proud graduate of the then Independent City All-Age School, now the Independent City Primary School. Your time coming there, man. See it now. That institution, Mr. President, the then Independent City All-Age School, laid the foundation on which the great Kingston College was subsequently able to build. All right, I told you. I told you. So just relax, be patient, and we'll get there. Mr. President, at primary school, Independent City, all age at the time, we would assemble for devotion where we were taught the virtues of independence and positive thinking. Pride was instilled in us. We were taught that it is okay to dream big and aspire to be all we can be. After all, great heights is not only for the Tapanaris in our society. We were taught that we too, better than washed up dance time, we were taught that we too, predominantly the sons and daughters of ordinary working class citizens of Portmore, could attain greatness. And how fitting it is, Mr. President, as fate would have it, for one of its humble and militant sons to be speaking in this august space, in this debate. Mr. Speaker, as they would say over in Portmore, Mr. President, I'm speaking it into being, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Mr. President, we are delighted that it has been the government, with its foresight, propensity to actually get things done, especially those cans that have been kicked down the road over many years, to have addressed some of the long-standing issues in Portmore. And I speak primarily in this case of the municipal corporation building situated just beside the 100-man police station, and of course, the climate resilience park, the climate change park that is being completed as we speak. What we are dealing with here, Mr. President, is the creation of a parish. For those who are not clear, and I surmise that some aren't, and those who are not clear who may express views that conflict with that incontrovertible reality, let me be as pellucid and emphatic on the matter as possible. It is the prerogative of the Parliament to create parishes. And that, Mr. President, is precisely what we're doing as it relates to the bill before us. It is the prerogative of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to establish constituency boundaries. And so, just to be very clear, Mr. President, the debate on this bill and what we anticipate as its ultimate passage into law, having received the Governor General's assent and being gazetted, represents invariably the commencement of a process, because there are other accompanying and attendant actions that are to ensue, Mr. President. And we shouldn't be unduly preemptive of the process. We are commencing in this instance with the creation of a parish, and the requisite following on actions are to ensue thereafter. And the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is the competent authority on the matter, and they will do their body of work in relation to establishing and determining constituency boundaries in the newly created parish of Portmore. Let's be very clear on that. You'll soon find out. Candide, you will soon find out. Mr. President, my good friend and senator opposite, Senator Crawford, is an accomplished mathematics tutor. And I dare say, Kingston College past student. Much to the chagrin of my, Calabar friend here. But Mr. President, as an accomplished tutor of mathematics, Senator Crawford knows quite well, and I dare say many of us here in the chamber, the concept of sets. And when you have sets, like a universal set, you have subsets thereto. So feel free, Senator Allen. Mr. President, Jamaica is the universal set. The 14 parishes of Jamaica are a subset of Jamaica. But before we get to the 14 parishes, the 3 counties of Jamaica, Cornwall, Middlesex, Surrey, are a subset of Jamaica. Well, I won't to argue that. We like out west because where the west goes, the rest goes. Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. President, the 14 parishes of Jamaica are thereafter broken down into 63 constituencies. So constituencies are subsets of the respective parishes. And below that, you have the respective divisions, formerly the parish council divisions. I suspect there are no, divisions of the municipal corporation. So any suggestion that the proverbial horse, or cart rather, is to be put before the horse in terms of concerning oneself and unduly preoccupying oneself with a determination as to electoral boundaries, I dare say is preemptive of the process, and it is simply unfortunate. We are dealing with the creation of a parish. We are dealing with the creation of a parish. As the competent authority on the matter, the Parliament has its prerogative to exercise, and thereafter, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica will have its prerogative to exercise. Now, Mr. President, it is understandable that in circumstances where a parish was last created over 100 years ago, To be specific, back in 1867, it is perhaps difficult for some among us to appreciate or even contemplate it being done by us, by our generation, in this modern era. But Mr. President, if our former enslavers and colonial administrators could have made decisions as to the creation of parishes in Jamaica, why shouldn't we, the proud, formidable, and patriotic descendants of enslaved Africans, be able to make determinations for ourselves and for our people in the best interest of Jamaica? Why shouldn't we? What greater right? What greater right? We consulted with them, my brother. What you wouldn't know much about. What greater right? You soon see consistency. I'm as consistent as a nice bowl of cornmeal porridge. You soon see consistency. Mr. President, you have to have style and know if you make it porridge. Mr. President.
Senator Morgan,
Yes.
don't get distracted. Senators Brown, Allen,
You are the Rabbi Rose and
I'd
Chief, man.
ask you to just keep down the sort of us comments. Do not interfere with the speaker, please.
Mr. President, what greater right, authority, or pride of place did our former enslavers and colonial administrators have or enjoy that we, the proud, formidable, and patriotic descendants of enslaved Africans, do not have or enjoy? What them have more than we? Yes? Mr. President, it may be uncomfortable for some, like those chirping about the King's Court, but I must serve up a bit of newsflash to them. In a free and politically independent Jamaica, it is the duty and solemn right of the Parliament of the land, the People's Parliament, to make laws and make key determinations in our country, including the creation of a parish. The records and historical accounts of this matter are clear, Mr. President. Both sides have long envisaged Portmore ultimately being made Jamaica's 15th parish. There can be no denying of that. Look back at the literature and you'll see that that is the case. Many factors and considerations make the case for Portmore becoming Jamaica's 15th parish strong and particularly compelling. They include, but are not limited to, Portmore's population, the degree to which it has proliferated over the decades. That's incontrovertible, Mr. President. The burgeoning commerce and center of commerce that it has become. Not least, a place of choice amongst operators in the business process outsourcing sector. So weak, facile, and flaccid are the points being advanced by the members opposite. And so weak is their platform of opposition, Mr. President, that they have, as they typically do, resorted to peddling falsehoods. One of them being, of course, the suggestion, which I have heard residents and stakeholders over in Portmore espouse myself, about the change that they will need to effect to documents and the cost that they will incur so to do. I'm delighted that our leader of government business in the Senate has made that observation. So, Mr. President, on the notion of people having to go back to do driver's license or their land titles, not no go so, and we are here, Mr. President, to mash down those lies. Mr. President, the members opposite have a way of defining things as they see fit. some years ago, and I note that it is no longer the refrain. Some years ago, you will hear, where is the crime plan? Where is the crime plan? Present your crime plan. And this crime plan, Mr. President, to which they alluded back then, had been espoused and presented several times over. But alas, we're delighted that we're seeing the fruits of the crime plan that had long been in place today, so much so that someone among us has been rendered redundant insofar as being spokesperson on national security. We are delighted on this side, Mr. President. We are delighted on this side. And if there's any doubt, we are delighted with the 8% reduction in murders for calendar year 2023. The subsequent, you can't clap for this one, reduction in murders should have total and unequivocal support across the two sides. Yes? In 2024, a 19% reduction, following on the 8% reduction. And so far this year, the reduction relative to the corresponding period last year is in excess of 20%. Mr. President, the members opposite have expressed views on the question of consultation. They argue that the consultation that the government indicates that it has undertaken is insufficient. And again, I say to them, Mr. President, you do not get to define consultations and the degree to which consultations are adequate or inadequate. On this side, we are very clear in our minds. We are very clear, and the records are there to show. We consulted, we went as far as to establish a joint select committee to consider this matter. We took the matter to the people, we canvassed them, and we have heard from the residents of Portmore on the question of the creation of Portmore as Jamaica's 15th parish. So, Mr. President, the members opposite can't talk to us about consultation. The fact that they don't view the consultations that were held as being sufficient or to their liking does not mean there was no consultation. The better question is, if you listen to the better question, you may have something to deliberate on. The better question is, Mr. President, did you consult with us, the people of Portmore, yes, when you unilaterally and offensively took away our primary and specifically created route to our homes in Portmore, that being the Portmore Causeway, and replaced that instead with a toll road, which saw the people of Portmore, as is the case to this very day, having to incur a cost to leave them yard and come back to them yard.
Did you protest then?
Was there a referendum on that? Was there a... Don't whine nothing, man. Sit down and you learn something, man. Be quiet and you learn something.
Speaker is to be heard in silence. Please, please, when you get your opportunity, then Senator
We
Morgan,
created a joint select committee. Did you create a joint select committee when a toll road was being imposed on the people of Portmore? I'm advised that there were 14 meetings of the joint select committee.
The Speaker's time is up.
The Speaker's maiden contribution should be allowed sufficient time for him to complete, and I so move.
The question has been posed. Speaker's time to be extended sufficiently for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, Senator Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may I thank the senator opposite for his indulgence. Mr. President, There were 14 meetings of the Joint Select Committee on this matter. I gather there were 22 consultation exercises. The question is, did the then government of Prime Minister P.J. Partisan receive the imprimatur of the people of Portmore on the question of the toll road, which took from them the causeway that had no cost attached to traverse that causeway? So aggrieved, Mr. President, were the citizens of Portmore that they took the then government, the then P.J. Partisan-led government, to court. And as the member opposite, one of them emphatically said just now, they took it to court and lost. So the people of Portmore can be reminded that your loss, not you, man, not you, guy. The people of Portmore need to understand that there is a member in this space who is delighting in their judicial loss in respect of the matter of the toll road in Portmore. So you can go in the Hansard of taking delight and responding with glee to what is anguish for many residents of Portmore. You see what we're going to change? We're going to change the seat count in the Parliament, 52. Yes? 52 to 10. To compound matters, Mr. President, we have seen where the incumbent leader of the opposition has made a call for a referendum on the issue of Portmore becoming Jamaica's 15th parish. And I have to pose the infamous JPS question, Mr. President. How come? How come you are proposing a referendum in relation to Portmore being made Jamaica's 15th parish, but from time immemorial, you have never been keen on a referendum in relation to a determination as to Jamaica's final appellate court?
Hypocrites. Hypocrites.
Time to talk about what? Mr. President, they have so polarized this issue.
Hypocrite.
They have so polarized, Mr. President, this issue, and have so divided our people, and it is such an unfortunate situation. They're reckless, Mr. President, the reckless, vulgar, and desperate commentary of a leading member of the leadership on that side at a political meeting a couple weeks ago has served to foment hostilities in Portmore as a space when he telegraphed. Foment, my friend, not foment. If you listen to me, you learn a lot of things. F-O-M-E-N-T, foment. Very well. Very well. So, Mr. President, fuel to cause to, you know.
Senator Morgan, don't pay attention to over there. Just focus.
So, Mr. President, when a person who is a commissioner of the ECJ, a general secretary of one of the major political parties in Jamaica, can take to the political stump and, among other things, talk about blocking this and lockdown this and so on, it serves to telegraph to supporters and other persons who may easily be misled that, yes, hostility and confrontation is on the cards. We saw that, Mr. President, at that meeting. We saw that, Mr. President, at the meeting that was held at the Municipal Corporation building where persons almost came to blows. We saw where the incumbent mayor of Portmore was very, very abusive in relation to tearing away the placards of persons who saw it fit to bear placards in that meeting. We do not want to go there, Mr. President. So a word to the wise is sufficient. Let us, colleagues, lower the temperature on the matter, allow good sense to prevail, and I'll tell all sides, I'll tell both sides, because one thing with me, I tell you, it is very important for us to have level heads prevail on this matter. Mr. President, on the issue of consultation, one of the observations I'd like to make is that there is an aspect of our national life, and indeed governance here in Jamaica, that we have not necessarily done well at, and that is the question of action, actually getting things done. Mr. President, we have had this propensity as a country under the guise of consultation and deliberations, and of course, there is a place for consultation and deliberations, but consultations, Mr. President, has to be seen as something that has an end point. At some point, tangible, concerted, and decisive action has to be taken. We can't just consult ad nauseum and indefinitely. So, Mr. President, in the past, we have seen a lot of vacillation and kicking of the can down the road on many issues confronting the Jamaican people and the Jamaican society, certainly from a governance standpoint. We saw how things unfolded in relation to the creation of a single anti-corruption body, one that has prosecutorial powers. We saw what has happened over the years with constitutional reform. We have seen what has happened with the JTC bill, which I am reliably informed will be coming to the House not so long from now. Yes? We have seen NIDS being seriously advanced. This is another can, Mr. President, that has long been kicked down the road. We have seen, yes, where pensions reform and public sector wage reform have been cans that have typically been kicked down the road. Yes? And Mr. President, one very important one which is dear to me, one which will be dear to Senator Gale, and I dare say Senator Brown. Mr. President, the can of designating persons as casual workers as opposed to moving them and uplifting them into more decent modes of employment has finally been addressed, Mr. President. At our public education institute, my friend, if you listen, you may learn something. At our public education institutions, PEIs, there are a group of workers who were hitherto considered casual workers. They didn't have any entitlements, Mr. President, as it relates to leave. They didn't have any entitlements, yes? Any pension provisions, for example. So the cooks, the groundskeepers, yes? Those staff are now being made permanent members of staff. Be careful of your false start, yeah? Be careful of your false start. Mr. President, Mr. President, we are proud on this side. We are proud on this side to have moved many categories of workers in this country into more dignified and decent mode of employment. We are unapologetic on the matter. We are unequivocal on the matter because it is our fundamental and profound view on this side that we must allow more of our Jamaican brothers and sisters an opportunity to step up in life and enjoy more dignified means of employment. So the workers at the National Solid Waste Management Authority, they are being brought into the mainstream, and that is brought courtesy of Labour. We're talking about the propensity of kicking cans down the road. There's a set of people in Jamaica who are resolving the kicking of cans down the road, because this question of Portmore has been one of those proverbial cans that for many decades have been kicked down the road. So we are now treating with things as opposed to, Mr. President, kicking cans down the road. All right, so we're getting to the nice part now. I promise you. We're getting to the nicest part, because everything nice. And the way it's nice, sometimes we have to do it twice. You can't turn
Press on, man. Press on, press on, press on. Only distract. Press on.
Senators Allen and Crawford. Senators Allen, and this is the third time, Senator Allen. And I would just ask you to walk in the same direction as Senator Brown. You notice how quiet he has got? So, so you will have all the time.
Please hear about the workers
Senator Morgan,
and them becoming
Senator Morgan,
permanently employed.
Senator
Yes,
Morgan,
Mr. President. I'm guiding.
We need to have some order in this place and some dignity. So when the speaker is speaking, I just ask you to allow the speaker to make the presentation in silence, all right? Please, please. If you have an issue, then you want to rise on the point of order, then you get up and do it, but don't shout across the floor. Senator Brown, what's the point of order? Senator, what's the point of order?
Yeah. When a clown displays such conduct, don't you expect the audience?
Senator Brown, I spoke to you and I made comments in respect to the breach of the standing orders. And that comment, I'm going to ask you to withdraw it. Please.
I'm happy to withdraw the comment about a clown and a circus and the audience. I withdraw that comment without reservation.
Continue, Senator Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we heard some moments ago, there is but one member of the Senate occupying the chamber at present that has the distinction, as it were, and antecedent of having served as a commissioner on the Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
Who that?
Mr. President, in making the opening presentation on that side, in this debate, in this space, among other things, Senator Bunting, erstwhile commissioner of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
I'm a Central Manchester MP too.
He, among other things, Mr. President, indicated that he is shedding some light on the technical process. Mr. President, on the occasion of the presentation or one of the political rallies in respect of our colleague opposite, Senator Janice Allen, over in St. James Central, Senator Bunting, in remarking on the work that was done, work that he moments ago described as considerable technical work, how painstaking and extensive it was, he made mention of, in speaking on that occasion, of the profile of the seat. And there's a quote from Senator Bunting, Mr. President, that reads thus. He was speaking in relation to the creation, yes, the establishment of the St. James Central constituency. I quote, "And it was cut to be, well, from my perspective anyway,
Yes.
a People's National Party seat.
What?
And we won it the first election that was held in Central.
What? Hold on, say that again. What did he say? What did he say?
For the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. President, and for those who are in the business of proffering exhortations and schooling people on the question of gerrymandering. If you want to understand what gerrymandering is, if you want to know what gerrymandering is, Senator Peter Bunting, speaking at a political rally for Senator Janice Allen, among other things, said, in relation to the creation of the seat, in relation to the creation of the St. James Central seat, said, and it was cut to be, well, from my perspective anyway, a People's National Party seat.
What? Hypocrite. Hypocrite. And dear lectures on gerrymandering. Hypocrite. Hypocrite.
Is that how we do business, my friend?
Hypocrite.
Is that how we cut seats?
Have the audacity to the lectures on gerrymandering. Hypocrite. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of yourself. And come here talking about gerrymandering. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. And come have the audacity to talk about gerrymandering. Hypocrite.
Mr. President.
Look here, I'm asking everybody, folks, members, Senator Bunting. All right, you have said enough. Senator Bunting. Continue, Senator Morgan, please.
Mr. President, these kinds of reactions, the eliciting of these reactions was anticipated. My best is yet to come. You will find out. Sit quietly and you will find out. Mr. President, the definition of gerrymandering is clear for those who may seek to project onto others. For those who may seek to charge that in the creation of Portmore as Jamaica's 15th parish, that what the administration is embarked on is gerrymandering. I will commend to them the quote I just entered into the public record and the record of the Parliament just now. Gerrymandering, Mr. President, as the senator opposite espoused earlier, is the deliberate manipulation of the boundaries of an electoral constituency so as to favor one party or class. Mr. President, the gentleman said, and it was cut to be, well, from my perspective anyway, a People's National Party seat.
Shameless. Shameless. Shameless.
And what is particularly egregious, Mr. President, what is particularly egregious, Mr. President, is that the goodly gentleman was a commissioner of the ECJ at the time. He was the general secretary of one of our main political parties at the time. And he is someone who is known to be prolific in standing on a soapbox in relation to matters such as those that are before us this morning. In other words, grandstanding. That's what he is prolific at, grandstanding.
Talk, man. The more you talk, you get yourself in a problem. Keep speaking.
So I don't think you understand what time it is,
Keep speaking.
When you see me, you must know what time it is.
Senator Morgan, I will not again ask you to not pay attention to the comments coming from there. Focus, Senator Morgan, on me.
Word is love. Always has been, always will be. Mr. President, there are some anomalies and existing mischief to be addressed vis-a-vis Portmore. For all intents and purposes, Mr. President, Portmore has been an experiment, a pilot, if you may. I don't think it was ever envisaged or contemplated that so many years would have passed before getting to this point. But alas, alas, we are here now on the cusp of creating Jamaica's 15th parish, that being Portmore. Mr. President, it is quite untidy in my view to have the double counting that persists at present. The members of the Portmore Municipal Corporation double as members of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. Double counting. The number of divisions, one in respect of Portmore by whichever political party, also counts in respect of the number of divisions won by the respective political parties in the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, a double counting, an untidy state of affairs. Why should it be that electorally and in our body politic, you have this double counting where you are both a member of the Portmore Municipal Corporation and then you double again as a member of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. And I will apprise the Senate, Mr. President, as to what makes this issue particularly contentious, particularly untidy, and I dare say particularly untenable. A couple days ago, there was a post across social media platforms by the handle of one of our main political parties in this country. In that post, the political party in question sought to recount the anniversary of the most recently contested set of local government elections, that being the local general elections of February 2024. And among other things, the mischief that exists in this double counting was brought to the fore. Because when reference is being made, because historically, Mr. President, we have always, for all intents and purposes, considered the political party which attains control of the majority of the municipal corporations as the victors of our local government elections. It was 7-5. 7-5. You can't stand it. You'll soon find out votes in a few months. So, Mr. President, I'm a gentleman by nature, man. We don't do insults. Mr. President, Mr. President, how can it be that you lay claim to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, as you should, and then you seek to double count for the purposes of declaring and determining the victors of the local government election, the Portmore Municipal Corporation, which, coming back to our math class, Senator Crawford, Portmore is a subset of St. Catherine, at least up to this point. That mischief will be solved in the weeks ahead. That mischief, Mr. President, will be addressed and properly corrected in the weeks ahead. Mr. President, over in Portmore, there are some constituents who feel like they are disenfranchised and, quite frankly, existing in no man's land. They do not get to participate in the direct election of a mayor of Portmore. And I speak in this case of some of the residents in Caribbean Estate and some communities neighboring. Yes? So some constituents over in that space, Mr. President, though they elect a Portmore councillor, when they go to the polls, they do not get handed a ballot to elect the mayor of Portmore, i.e. the directly elected mayor of Portmore. Yes? And so, Mr. President, among other things, this bill before us, because they talk about relevance and how it's relevant to the bill, this year bill before us, yes, seeks, among other things, inter alia, to correct that existing mischief. We're just doing so for the benefit of our Latin-speaking folks. Yes? That is it, my G. Portmore, Mr. President, Portmore, as a city municipality, Mr. President, is divested of true administrative authority. Portmore councillors only get paid if they go and sit and attend upon meetings in the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. The revenues from taxes paid by the citizens of Portmore are first remitted to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, yes, and is subsequently shared with Portmore. And what is discomforting and perhaps offensive to some citizens and observers in Portmore is that only a percentage, only a fraction of those tax revenues are remitted for their use and their discrete purposes in the geographic space that is the Portmore municipality at present. That is a mischief, I dare say, Mr. President, that needs to be corrected. And so as I wind down, Mr. President, I don't think you would want that. Mr. President, at a time when the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, MOCA, has indicated that it is investigating and embarked on its body of work vis-a-vis financial irregularities, yes, amounting to over $1 billion Jamaican dollars at the St. Catherine. At the St. Catherine, it is sub-investigation, not yet sub-judice.
It is sub-judice, people have been charged. No, not yet. But you know about charge. I know you know about it. You don't rush it.
The Molotov people will know well about charge. Molotov folks.
Banglio. Tell me about that.
There are different settings inside here now, you know.
Tell about when them Banglio. That one here about.
So, President, and against the backdrop of the ongoing and disturbing KSAMC corruption scandal, which embroils one of our major political parties, now, Mr. President, is definitely not the time for the members opposite to be arguing about issues pertaining to municipal corporations. You soon find out why Federal leave. He'll be going. The word is love. The word is love.
Senator Morgan. Senator Morgan. Senator Morgan.
I'm just reminding them, Mr. President, that the word is love. Always has been, always will be. So, Mr. President, there are persons who are looking on this debate, and indeed, residents of Portmore who take a very dim view of persons, certainly the members opposite, being averse to their emergence as Jamaica's 15th parish. In circumstances where, yes, in circumstances, well, our people have been polarized. In circumstances where there have been these egregious allegations of financial irregularity and, I dare say, impropriety at our municipal corporations. Mr. President, my colleagues will be speaking further on the question of the opportunities that lie ahead for Portmore. But just to be clear, I think one of the things that we should concentrate our minds on, even while we're on the cusp of creating Portmore as a new parish, is the question of climate change, the impact thereof, and resilience that need to be built. For example, the Port Henderson Strip and the Hellshire space. Resilience is of paramount importance. Traffic management, Mr. President, is also an issue in Portmore. And so we are commending. Mr. President, we are commending some things for focused attention and consideration as we bring the people of Portmore into what they have long envisaged and what they have long aspired to for themselves in that space. Now, soon to be the 15th parish of Jamaica. So we are delighted, Mr. President, at the announcement that came just yesterday regarding the earmarking of land for the establishment and build-out of a much, Mr. President, of a much vaunted hospital there in Portmore. So with those words, Mr. President, I commend this bill. We are delighted, particularly as someone who has been a resident for almost all my life of Portmore. We're delighted that we are at this juncture, irrespective of who may take umbrage thereto. And so, Mr. President, with those observations, I register unequivocally and emphatically my support for the piece of legislation before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator Bunting, don't leave us. Thank you, Senator Morgan. And before Senator Morris comments, you can put the lectern there. But Senator Morris, just have a seat for me for a moment, please. Don't. A letter was referred to during the presentation of Senator Bunting's presentation. And he made mention of the date of the letter, referred to a date of February, I think it was 21. Referred to the writer of the letter as the Honorable Earl Jarrett, and he referred to the letter being sent to the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Local Government. That's correct, Senator Bunting? One to the Parliament and one to the PS. The letter of June 18th, 2024 is the one that you refer to the PS, was sent to the PS. And that letter was sent undercover in February to the Parliament, to the clerk. That's what you made reference to. Yes. So the June 18th letter was attached to the February letter. But the letter that you made quote from was that from Mr. Jarrett, which is the June 18th letter. Is that correct? And yes, the June 18th letter is the one that you quoted from. I know, because I requested a copy of the letter and I made inquiries of the clerk. I'm just asking him to confirm if that is correct. So, the letter that referred to the letter, but I was able to see it from here now, in respect to the two-page letter, yeah. The June 18th letter, and what I find concerning to me, The letter is written as a without prejudice letter. The letter is written as a without prejudice letter. No, well, we are in a particular chamber. I'm not in the Gleaner. We're in two different forums. Without prejudice. No, he quoted from the letter. He read from the letter, not from the Gleaner. I'm just bringing to this chamber's attention that when a letter is written without prejudice, there are restrictions that the writer has placed on the letter. There are restrictions that the writer has placed on the letter. And one of the restrictions he writes it without prejudice is that he himself is not prepared to stand on it. It has different reasons, and the person, having written it without prejudice, would not wish for it to be used in a certain place. And from that, I also interpret it, and the law regarding without prejudice would say that the person who wrote it himself is not prepared to stand on it. I didn't say that is all that it means, Senator. So it's a little unfortunate, Senator Bunting, that you would have breached the writer's privilege. You would have breached the writer's privilege. The letter is a without prejudice letter. And when letters are written without prejudice, then they have confidential limitations to it. All right? Senator Bunting? But I have not, and until I get silence, right? So I ask you, was it the without prejudice letter that you read from? I'm going to do that, sir. But guess what? You turn on Senator Morris's two mics, it comes down in an order. Thank you. All right. So, the simple question, was it the without prejudice letter that you read from Senator Bunting?
If you would turn on the mic.
It's on.
Yes. I read from a letter dated February 12, 2025, addressed to Ms. Colleen Lowe. It says by hand and email. It has no without prejudice on it.
The letter that you quoted from.
Allow me to complete. It quotes sections that were sent in a previous letter, but this letter has no without prejudice on it. It attaches the letter that says without prejudice, but it is this letter that I read has no without prejudice again. And further, and further, it is published in the Gleaner newspaper.
You did not quote from a Gleaner report.
But
that is what I am saying.
You further.
And Senator Bunting, I have both of them. I have both of them, and the clerk has presented them. And I am saying what you quoted from would have indicated the without prejudice comments. You read from it.
No.
And so I am just making that record for Hansard. You have quoted from it, and it is in Hansard.
No.
And I am pointing out that what you have referred to is a without prejudice letter.
No.
You have breached the privilege of the writer of the letter.
I quoted from the letter.
You have breached the privilege of the writer of the letter. I am not putting any sanction on you, Senator Bunting. I am just pointing out for Hansard that is what the situation is. There is no discussion about suspension. Without prejudice, and that the writer's privilege was breached in a situation where the writer himself is not prepared to stand on it. Is there another speaker? Is there another speaker? Senator Scott Motley, can you assist, please? Senator Floyd Morris.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to indicate from the outset, Mr. President, that I'll have to cut my presentation and leave early because I should have left here from 12 o'clock as I intend to travel on official business tomorrow, and I have a number of things that I have to accomplish before the day is ended. And so, Senator Seabright, I understand that you are going to be speaking, making an intervention, and I really want to, in particular to you, to say I'm sorry that I'm not going to be here to hear your presentation because it's your maiden presentation. But don't blame it as disrespect. I think it would be more for on the garrulous presentation that was made before that you would have to lay the blame on. Mr. President, I have been taught in this honorable chamber that when I'm making a presentation on a bill, the first thing you do is to look at the objects and reasons. And so I have looked at the memorandum of objects and reasons, and I want to repeat what it says, a section of it, that is. This bill seeks to amend the Counties and Parishes Act in order to grant parish status to the Portmore City Municipality, the municipality, thereby making it the municipality the 15th parish of Jamaica. This represents a historic milestone, as it will be the first time that a parish is being established in post-colonial Jamaica. It is envisaged that the designation of parish status of the municipality will strengthen its lobbying capacity, empower its citizens to more independently chart the course of development, rather than being subject to the decisions being made by the parish of St. Catherine, of which the municipality is currently a part, and facilitate the opportunities to autonomously manage its allocated resources. Mr. President, I make 3 points in this debate with regards to this memorandum of objects and the bill herein. And I do so, Mr. President, because I was a part of the Joint Select Committee that looked at the issue, to which the People's National Party members, or members of the opposition, tabled a minority report and expressing our objections to the way the matter was being acted upon. And we still stand by that because we stand with the people. We stand with the people. Mr. President, I have listened to the debate and I've heard much talk about the historical nature of this move. And whilst it is that the leader of government business spoke about the post-colonial situation where parish designations are concerned. There's a historical inaccuracy that has been proffered, because I have heard arguments that the last time parish status have been changed is 1867.
2 years after Mark.
And I learned from the great historian and someone who I prefer to follow his arguments in the papers today, indicating that the last time such changes were made was in 1946. And that meant that we would have seen changes far earlier or later than they are proffered in the presentation here today. And, you know, Mr. President, I believe in the words of Peter Espute. He's not a political activist. He's someone who I believe is credible over the years. And so I rather believe what Peter Espute has said. Mr. President, as I listen to the debate and I look at the memorandum of objects and reasons, I really have some questions to ask, and I'm really wondering, why is it, Mr. President, after 9 years, and certainly since the government claimed that in 2020 they put the matter to the people, why is it that the basic infrastructure that is needed to facilitate the advancement of the lives of the people of Portmore, the government has not acted upon that? And I say so, Mr. President, because the basic infrastructure, Senator Morgan, is not the climate park. The basic infrastructure must be hospitals, it must be cemeteries, it must be markets, it must be a courthouse, a parish court. And Mr. President, I have looked across the country. I've looked at St. Thomas in the east, and they have a hospital, they have a public cemetery, they have market, they have courthouse. I have looked in St. Mary, and we don't only have one hospital down there, you know, Mr. President. It's 2 hospitals in the parish of St. Mary, Anata Bay and in Port Maria. And a number of cemeteries and a number of markets. And they have courthouse in Anata Bay, in Port Maria, in Richmond, in Gale. And when I look in Clarendon, the same applies. You have hospital in Maypen, you have hospital in Chapelton, Lionel Town, and you have markets all over, you have cemeteries all over, and you have courthouses all over. So, when I look at Portmore now, I I say what it is that the government is giving to Portmore. What it is that the government is giving to Portmore. Nothing more than for people to say, Portmore, the hospital-less parish. Portmore, the court-less parish. Portmore, the cemetery-less parish. Portmore, the market-less parish. That is what is happening, you know. So you want to create Portmore to become the laughing stock of the parishes. The laughing stock of the parishes. And I say, Mr. President, we have to really look carefully as to what is it that is behind this move. And I smell a rat. I smell a rat. Mr. President, the truth is that there are some fundamental flaws in the way how we are proceeding with this matter. And the government is being warned. I have heard it from the leader of opposition business in the Senate, making it, you use a nice word, Senator Morgan, Pelusi. Yes, man. Nice word. He has made it clear. He has made it clear. And the government needs to proceed with caution, because every time that we warn the government in this chamber on how it proceeds on constitutional matters, they fail to listen to us, and we have seen the consequences. And we are saying, you know, Mr. President, that when it comes on to overturning the will of the people, this opposition, the People's National Party, will be relentless in our pursuit to make sure that we stand up for the people and defend their rights. And I came to this honorable chamber, Senator Morgan, listen and learn. You're a student in the parliament now. I came, and when I took my oath, I swore to uphold and protect the Constitution of Jamaica.
That's right, and you will not stop.
And until I am removed from this chamber, I will be faithful and true to that commitment. And if it is that the Constitution outlines a process in terms of how boundary matters are to be dealt with, we are duty-bound as senators to make sure that we follow the dictates of the Constitution. And if it is that laws are being passed here that when they pass are going to transgress the constitutionality of institutions like the ECJ, we must make sure that we stand up and oppose those legislation. And I want to make it clear that we here, every single member, will be fundamentally opposed to this piece of legislation because it transgresses on the Constitution of Jamaica and the rights of the people of Portmore. Mr. President, the final thing that I want to say that I deem offensive. Because as a part of the democracy, the people of Portmore have the right to directly elect their mayor. Have a right to directly elect their mayors. And when I look at this legislation is going to take away that right that the people of Portmore have in terms of directly electing their mayors. If this is not an assault on democracy, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. And this is how dictatorships are formulated and developed. And I have seen that worrying trend with this administration, where they have demonstrated this propensity.
Senator Morris.
Yes, Mr. President.
The comment that you're making. No, it's not. It is breaching the standing order. 35-5. 35-5. Because what 35-5, you are casting on the government members improper motive about creating dictatorship. And no, you cannot. You know, I didn't stop Senator Bunting when he went down that line because he was delicate in how he did it. What Senator Morris says has breached the standing order 35-5, where he's imputing improper motive on members on the government side about creating dictatorship. That is my ruling. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Senator Morris, you can continue.
Mr. President,
but Senator Morris. So, what delicately when you're going down lines that impute improper motive. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have traversed the length and breadth of Jamaica. And as I traverse Jamaica, the people out there are saying to me that this administration is flirting with dictatorship. Flirting with dictatorship. The people in Southeast St. Mary tell me that, and that's why they said that they are going to remove the member of parliament out there. They in Western St. Mary have told me that, and they said that they are going to remove the member of parliament out there. And so, Mr. President, the people of Central St. James have told me that, and they say they are going to remove the existing member of parliament down there. And the people of Northwest Centon have told me that. And so, Mr. President, all I am simply doing here is repeating what the people say. May it please you, Mr. President.
Senator Morris, if whatever the people say and you think that you must bring it here and say it, and it still breaches the standing order, then I'm going to tell you. Because there are rules that we abide by inside here. Rules is what we abide by. All right. Thank you very much, Senator Morris. Senator Brown, please. Senator Cavan Gale, I recognize you. Only Senator Cavan Gale.
Thank you, President. You know, this is a very interesting
thing. Members. Please. Senator Gale.
A government has its fundamental responsibility to improve the lives of its people.
Indispensable responsibility.
And in this debate, That is entirely the intention and mandate in which this government intends to pursue. You know, there's absolutely nothing behind this move other than making the life better for the people of Portmore. And an opposition of this proposed legislation is seeking to oppose the improvement of the life of the people of Portmore. Mr. President, I'm speaking on this matter of historic significance. The granting of parish status to Portmore City Municipality. This is an initiative, sir, outlined in the bill that is seeking to amend the Counties and Parish Act. It will establish Portmore as Jamaica's 15th parish, making the first time that a parish has been created, and the leader of government business said it, post-colonial Jamaica. We're going into new frontiers, and that is what this government is all about. Mr. President, it is a bold step that will not only redefine governance in Portmore, but will also chart a new path for urban development for the people of Portmore. And I'm seeing it as a transformation of Portmore, not merely an administrative change. It is an opportunity, President, to create a dynamic, inclusive, and sustainable urban parish. I see it as a big project, large scale, aimed at achieving rapid and sustainable development. It requires not the kind of opposition that we're seeing now, not the kind of divide that is being suggested, but a strategic alliance between the people, the government, stakeholders, and the private sector. For an aggressive, large-scale master plan development initiative. Mr. President, the aim is to build resilient communities, that we have the opportunity in this proposed 15 parish to benchmark for modern urban development, not just in Jamaica, but across the region. President, our vision for Portmore includes comprehensive development of housing, transportation, water supply, road network, green spaces. You know, my union, we have a lot of members in Portmore, and we consult with them of their concerns as workers from time to time. As we should, yeah. Housing, transportation, water supply, road network, green spaces, improved air quality, and disaster risk reduction measures are some of the concerns that they have put forward. If it means pursuing the objective of having another parish to do so, then we need to pursue it. President, you know, the road network. Portmore is a growing area, well developed, but a place where a lot of people, because of the kind of affordability in housing, and because the need for housing solution have gone to Portmore to reside. But the road network
that is in Portmore now never envisages this kind of population. You have more lanes are needed. You have the development of the country club, Caribbean Estates, Phoenix Park Village, where have been built up. You have businesses that consume enhanced activities like Price Mart, Mega Mart, and other mall types complex. That has created activities that has led to the level of congestion that is taking place in Portmore. It requires a fix. Mr. President, you know, last Saturday, I had the opportunity of going over to Portmore, heading towards Greater Portmore. And I saw a line of traffic on that Hellshire main road. And here comes a blue Mark X driving, approaching my side of the road. And I was going to come out of the way. No, it never had flashing light, but it was moving at very fast pace speed. No. And, you know, I wasn't moving, and somebody on what's supposed to have been his side decided to let him in. Well, he wind down his window, and he described me as a kind of boy with another B letter in front of it.
No. Brilliant boy.
Had there been a dual carriageway on that strip, I would not have been exposed to that description and that kind of abuse. I don't think my response would be parliamentary in nature. But, Mr. President, I'm pleased that the government has earmarked $350 million to dualize Brayton and the Hellshire. The green space that we are talking about, the UDC is building out that park. And I'm suggesting and recommending that given the size of the population, there needs to be more.
Green spaces for the people.
There's a talk about the parish and the parish court. Yeah. And when I looked at the little courthouse that is over there, that may have been built out from a quad, we have the opportunity to build out a modern parish court in Portmore. Senator Floyd Morris has exited the chamber. You know, we have marketing.
Diamonds on 120.
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
And you have heard the question, members. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, Senator again.
Yeah, you know, we have in Kingston and St. Andrew, the Papine Market, Crossroad Market, we have Coronation Market, Jubilee, there's another one. No, we relocated the persons. Mr. President, Portmore deserves its own market of an expansive nature. And that traffic that is coming out of Portmore on a Saturday morning, what the people are saying, well, we are going to curry. We're coming to downtown for the market. They deserve their own market. President, you know, we spoke about the hospital. And, you know, there have been improvements in the health facility. But one of the things is that we may be short on in Portmore is a kind of 24-hour medical facility. Yes. A 24-hour medical facility. The people in Portmore also have raised concern continuously about improvement in the water supply and the sewage system. And, you know, I spoke to the minister with responsibility for water, and he had indicated that there is intention of major development of the Reakobe water supply system to improve water supply in Portmore. He also indicated that they have cut leaks in Portmore by 40%. And you know, we're discussing the memorandum objects and reason that your colleague spoke about also emphasize the question of development. That is what I'm speaking about if you don't understand.
He means well enough.
I know he means well, but sometimes when he sits as a pupil and not as a teacher, he's a little slow in learning.
Yes. You know that.
Well, he's not the teacher. Mr. President, you know, participatory planning can be the core of this transformation, ensuring that the citizens have a continuous voice in shaping their communities. And the framework for Portmore as Jamaica's first smart parish includes critical infrastructure improvement in water supply, power generation also, flood control due to climate change, waste management, and I want to suggest that we have the opportunity to create a state-of-the-art transport connectivity network. Mr. President, Portmore is poised to become a major economic and cultural hub. It has the opportunity to attract businesses, even promote tourism, and offer diverse cultural experience. And so, as part of this transformation, sir, we must seek out to expand the facilities. You know, a lot of the residents and the young people in Portmore have to come to Kingston for their education. I believe that a crucial aspect of Portmore's transformation is the expansion of educational and vocational training opportunities. I am seeing, President, an extended campus of the Caribbean Maritime University offering specialized training in logistics and supply chain management in Portmore, which will invariably support Jamaica's growing logistics sector. Additionally, sir, an expansion of hard trust programs in workforce development, including, sir, training-based enterprises at the College of Innovation, which is seeking to treat with an expansion of training for emerging skills. And we can prepare the Portmore residents for the emerging industries. The Ebony Park in agriculture can have a refit in Portmore. The Academy of Hospitality that is in Runaway Bay can have an extended campus in Portmore. Salon 10 that is on Hope Road that deals with cosmetology can have an expanded facility in Portmore. Mr. President, the success of Portmore's transformation requires a forward-thinking approach. Yes, we speak about consultation. And in my mind, but the Portmore Heart Academy has its specifics in delivery. We're seeking to enhance those deliveries.
Expand the offerings available.
But the point of consultation, in my mind, is ongoing.
Quite so.
It is not leading up to a particular event because you may have the event, and as you build out the strategic objectives and initiatives, plans and actions change. What I'm suggesting is that I'm proposing the creation of some sort of interactive digital master plan, a living kind of document, accessible to the public, accessible to developers and stakeholders, a digital kind of twin model that the residents and citizens of Portmore can understand what is being planned and progressed on their behalf, and they can also include their suggestions as they go along. That is active consultation. What it also allows and demands is accountability. You know what is being done. You can map it. And this is how you keep the consultation active. Mr. President, we have spoken about one of the most pressing challenges of traffic congestion and the expansion of the dual carriageway. It's a priority to reduce travel time and increase productivity. The Portmore residents live in traffic, spend a lot of time in traffic in terms of going to work and coming home. Additionally, I'm looking at an alternative transportation system. You know, we could have a JUTC ferry leaving Portmore and docking into Kingston. You know, part of the deliberate intent is to improve the housing solutions. Affordable housing must be a cornerstone for continuous Portmore's development. A structured kind of approach that must include cost-effective construction techniques, smart design choices with affordable materials. But one of the things that we have to do if we are going to strategically meet the objectives of this initiative is that the bureaucratic red tape must be minimized to streamline approval processes. If we are going to pursue housing development, we have to change the bureaucracy. Mr. President, you know, a lot of businesses have been established in Portmore. Economic expansion in Portmore must be also supported through what I would consider a comprehensive business development strategy. You know, it could be that new businesses, business incubators that provide essential service to start up and supporting of small enterprise must be part of the ecosystem going to Portmore. Portmore can be the base for creation of new businesses. You know, Jamaica, Kingston is not Jamaica. And so we can start creating these strengthening industries, connections of market presence, sustaining long-term economic growth. Some of the businesses today can place themselves and their presence in Portmore as part of the strategic business development. And so that is how I'm seeing a build-out of Portmore. So, President, this master plan that I'm thinking of for Portmore must be visioned as a mega project that is not a one-time initiative. It is not just about what some are suggesting, passing a bill to make it a parish. It is a long-term projected series of actions. It is intended to be continuous. It is intended to be an evolving project that will drive sustainable growth for generations to come. President, the elevation of Portmore to parish status will empower its citizens, enhance its governance structures, and unlock its full economic potential. President, this exemplifies what I would consider as a pioneering approach to planning and development that can create much anticipated superior outcomes. It represents a bold, transformative step towards creating a dynamic, resilient, and prosperous urban development. Mr. President, I think today we all, for the benefit of the people of Portmore, commit to this vision. We are laying the foundation for a heritage of progress that will benefit not only the people of Portmore, but the entire Jamaica. That's right. So this 15 parish initiative will stand as a testament to our commitment to development as a JLP administration. It will stand as a demonstration of innovation and a clear intent of our continuous pledge in ensuring the improvement of quality of life for all by offering a legacy of prosperity and improved quality of life for Jamaicans to come. So it's not for today. It is not for this conceived notion built as part of a fiction of some people's imagination that this is about boundary change. It is about the intention for the development of the people of Portmore. And so, Mr. President, I urge our full support for this bill as we take this historic step towards our nation's development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gill.
President,
Senator Lambert.
Senator Crawford really wanted to go, no, but I think he just...
But Senator Crawford is not here, so Senator Brown?
You want me to go?
Where is he?
He's coming. Just, we crave your indulgence for...
Senator Damian Crawford.
Yeah, oh Lord, fortunately. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I expected the effort by political parties to gain advantage to be debated on the platforms, or indeed on the hustings. Never in my wildest dreams would I expect to be in the Senate to debate the efforts of a political party to gain political advantage.
That's how you open.
Indeed, Mr. President, the business of government has continuously been captured by the game of politics. Indeed, Mr. President, what we have here is an effort to seek political advantage and to, as Minister Bunting suggests, to gerrymander.
Oh, you didn't know, did you? You didn't know that, did you?
Well, the only speaker of truth so far has been Minister Bunting.
May as well be a minister.
He might as well be a minister. But, Mr. Speaker, before we go into what we believe is the crux of the matter. There are some needs to correct some misstatements that have been made in this House.
You mean the vendor?
And I'll get to that soon. And previously in other houses and in the public. The first, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, is somehow the concoction, Mr. President, is the concoction that Portmore is the vision of Edward Seaga.
Let's clear that up.
Let's clear that up.
Clear that up. Clear it up.
I turn, Mr. President, to, indeed, what can go so? I turn, Mr. President, to no less of a source than the Jamaica Library Service.
I think we can trust the Jamaica Library Service.
They may fire them after this or carry them to court.
Without prejudice.
This is with prejudice. Mr. President, the Jamaica Library Service indicates that a company was formed called the Portmore Land Development Company. They purchased the property from Caymanas Estate with the intention to establish housing development. In the 1950s, Kingston ran out of flat space for development. So housing development in Portmore was seen as a response to the great outcry for housing. The article goes on to say, before development began, a dike had to be constructed to contain Rio Cobre, and a causeway had to be built to connect Kingston to Portmore. The lowlands also had to be filled by dredging the harbor and quarrying marl from Port Henderson Hill. Once this was completed, the development of housing could begin. From 1956, under Norman Washington Manley. How then could they have come to claim? And I give credit where credit is due. As president of the PMPYO, we rewarded Edward Seaga for the formation of HEART. We had a whole dinner for him, he came. Mr. Seaga would have been confused by what he's seen from the Jamaica Labour Party. An effort to divide and distract. This is not, and I can't claim that Seaga wasn't a visionary, but Portmore was never a part of his vision.
Get it right.
Indeed, while the first scheme, Independent City, was built in 1969, it was based on the completion of the Dyke Road and the causeway, for which then efforts was able to start. It says here, in 1969, well, if you want to contradict the Jamaica Library Service, go ahead, because they are authority on all things. However, it says that in 1969, under the direction of the West Indies Home, the first housing scheme in Portmore was erected and called Independence City. The scheme then consisted of 1,000 housing units, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. And so, while Edward Seaga was lucky enough to be in the position in 1969, the vision for Portmore started with the Portmore Development Company that was in...
It's good to learn things, you know. It's good to learn.
You see, I was a student before.
Yes, the teacher is here now.
I know, I'm a teacher.
Listen, you listen.
The JLP wouldn't understand this. Additionally, Portmore is very important to the People's National Party. Not only because of the political outcomes, but also because it represents the true DNA of the People's National Party.
That's correct.
It represents an example that if normal people are given a chance, they will take that chance, like your mom and like your dad, and run with it. To this extent, after Independence City in 1969, The following was built by the People's National Party: Bridgeport Phase 1 and 2, 1972 and 1974. Passage Fort, 1974. Waterford, 1975. Bridgeport Phase 3, 1976. Portsmouth, 1978. Southborough, 1979. If it was, I'm coming. If it was indeed the vision of Siaga, which we are proving it was not, they saw a great reduction when he regained power, where housing had reduced to only 3 in the 1980s, Westchester, West Bay, and West Bay Phase 2. However, in the 1990s, West Bay Phase 3, Bridgeview, and as well, one of the largest construction of housing units, Greater Portmore, was done. I have to give them the PJ look for Greater Portmore. So when we did 10,000 in the 1990s, it suggests that we are no less than 10 times the 1,000 that they did in 1969.
That's right.
We go further.
Go further, Dave.
Just to mash down. We're coming because Portmore must know who their friend is and who their foes are. The schools that we built in Portmore include Arscott High School under the People's National Party, Cedar Grove Academy, Greater Portmore High, Waterford High, Bridgeport Primary, Gregory Clark Primary. Your schools are Independent City Primary School, thank you, for the People's National Party. Kensington Primary, Naggohead Primary 1979, Portsmouth Primary 1976, Southborough Primary 1979, Waterford Primary 1975. I stand corrected because Cedar Grove was 2013, I think that was in the Jamaica Labour Party. A continuation and completion. So those are the facts as it relates to Portmore and the relationship with the People's National Party. Now, coming out of that, there was further lies and misinformation to suggest that a basis of the bill is to have Portmore manage its own affairs and own funds. Now, if you had consulted the necessary documents, one would have recognized that Portmore currently gets its own funds and manages its own affairs. I will guide you, firstly, to the local government ministry's website. In the local government ministry's website, it says, by the last day of each month, each municipal council is paid out 90% of the amount of property tax paid in the relevant parish and 25% of the, I can't see like one time, you know, and 25% of the amount paid for motor vehicle license. Like St. Catherine, separately, Portmore municipality received 90% of what is collected in property tax. And like everybody else, Portmore received 25% of what is collected in motor vehicle license. Now, contrary, there is a, what you call another fund for which the 10% goes, managed wholeheartedly by the minister. So if Portmore is diverting any money from Portmore, it is being managed currently by Minister Desmond Mackenzie and the Prime Minister of Jamaica, not by the Parish Council of St. Catherine. That is why the closest to minister of the church would be Minister Bunting, because the truth has migrated from over that side. Secondly, the rest of the funds are then contributed to each municipality based on the kilometer of roads that exist. To date, there are 2 recommendations for boundaries of the quote-unquote parish of Portmore. The JLP boundary reduced the number of kilometers of roads and by extension reduced the probability of funds coming to Portmore. Yes. That is a lie. From the bottom of the pit of hell. They not twisting facts. You want to read it? All right. I'm going to move from the local government website and go to the Portmore municipality website. I don't want you to say that it is not correct. Yeah, my eye get foggy. It says here. It says here from this particular website that, let me just hurry up and find it here. Yes. Yes, I can fix it. It says, the parish council, based on the number of miles of parochial road in the parish and expressed as a percent of the total number of miles of parochial roads in the island. So if Portmore under boundary A have 1 kilometer and the island have 10, Portmore will get less if under boundary B they had 2 kilometers and the island still have 10. Now, unless we have plans to expand the island, because they might now go and capture all Haiti now to make them vote. If Haiti can vote for them win the election, you know, they will do it. So therefore, the boundary that the ECJ proposed, the boundary that the ECJ found to be reasonable in communication with both political parties, would have given Portmore more than the current boundaries that they are suggesting.
That's the real more for Portmore.
It would have, I'll soon get to that because we'll soon reach a Venn diagram. It also would mean that there are less money to be collected from property taxes if a smaller segment, therefore, would have less properties, all things held constant. That is another lie that we have to mash down. They go further to suggest that Portmore don't have its authority. The only thing that Portmore shares with St. Catherine is the health people that come around and the health department and health unit. None other is not under the management directly of Portmore. You spoke for 2 hours and one speak in my 30 minutes. Additionally, there is a proposition being promoted that bills in this house have no duty to its impact on the superior law of the Constitution. And there should be no bill in this house that not only not consider, but encroach on that Constitution.
That's right.
So therefore, the argument that parish first and then constituency is negated by the fact that the parish bill cannot abridge the Constitution in any way. The outcomes of that decision, therefore, should not create disparities, whether by prejudice or not by prejudice, that the ECJ had to highlight to be unlikely to fit in the Constitution of the country. I'm going to put that now in the Venn diagram.
Put that in the Venn diagram.
The law in the Constitution states that if you have one sect, parish A, and another sect, constituency B, there should be no intersection between constituency B with parish A and parish C. So therefore, if a constituency is shared by 2 parishes, that intersection is illegal.
Illegal intersection.
Unconstitutional.
Illegal.
and should not be allowed.
Should not be allowed.
Yeah. He studied the dictionary. He didn't study mathematics. So therefore, the intersection that is being created
Is illegal.
is against the Constitution. And though it was communicated by those in the know, what could be the reason? What could be the reason? What can go so? Yeah, that's what I talk to my friends over here. I'm talking to the constitutionalist. I'm talking to the friends of Portmore. There's another lie being told. That, well, they are claiming to be of the interest of the people of certain sections of Portmore. To say that places like Caribbean estates could not vote for the mayor. However, in 2016, when the municipality boundaries were recommended for change, the JLP went to court to stop that change. And the opinion that if it was changed, they would lose Portmore. Sufficing to say they still lost Portmore. So what they are now claiming to be a basis was what they went under Hines to court in 2016 and sought to now ensure that the municipal boundaries were not changed to include the areas. I'm going to explain some more because they don't understand.
They don't understand, David.
No. I have hope in Delano. I give up on Mala. I give up on Mala.
A little hope in the land.
Yes. Let's go.
Just a toops of hope.
That is why I make sure I give you time. The municipality would have its own constituents. Each parish division, each division also had its own constituents. When they wanted to extend the constituents boundary for the municipality, the JLP resisted that expansion. They then went to court and won on a, what do I call that now? A technicality that a win for the JLP. But you have now come to claim that that is a loss for the people of Portmore. You have now accepted the truth that when you went to court 2016, it was in an effort to disenfranchise Caribbean terrorists and other areas such as Caribbean terrorists. That is the same basis you are now claiming is a reason. But that didn't need a parish. That could have easily been corrected by just changing the municipal boundaries. Are coming soon. They then, yes, because I have a little thing to do. We come again to a situation where the JLP is seeking to sell that there is a relationship between development and parish. Indeed, they're seeking to suggest not only that there is a correlation, but that there is a causal relationship. That if a parish is established, it will automatically lead. Now, wait no man. When you check it out, there is nothing that suggests that the naming of a parish will lead to any form of development. And I hope that the nation don't buy into that argument, because everybody who wants development will soon start to ask for a parish. If based on your arguments that a hospital is based on a parish, then if Louisville wants an hospital, they should ask to be a parish. You know, in the last local government is 6,034 to 3,000. You know. That is how we handle them down in that side, down in Linstead. And Linstead have a hospital, you know about that, Doc? Linstead have a hospital. Mine Linstead said they want to be a parish now. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. But that form of machination, which they want us to assume is only coincidental, is an insult. But it was also denied by a member of their own party. Edward Warmington, in having a conversation about this. Edward Warmington. He says, when we take Portmore, and I quote, when we take Portmore, was that we the ECJ? That we was the Jamaica Labour Party. When we take Portmore off St. Catherine, is a different ball game. We have what now? 41 seats or 42 seats? Out of this 42, they have 12 in Portmore. We won 2. They won 10. Yet they won St. Catherine Parish Council by 1 seat. Even though they carry 10 from Portmore. Now give them back them PMP 10. Leave us alone over here. And it means that under no circumstance PNP can ever win the St. Catherine Parish Council again. Never again. That is Warmington. The difference, which you may not understand in the nuance, is that Senator Bunting, in his post-analysis, may have felt that this cut, which was under consultation and agreement with the PMP and the JLP, led by the necessary authority, the ECJ, might give an advantage to the PMP's victory. No less than West Kingston gives an advantage to the JLP victory. Right. The difference here is that without communication, without consultation, the JLP, which has stated their intent, now executes that intent. And they took it further than just changing the mayor. When they went down that road to Damascus, instead of turning back, they said, let's go further and secure a seat by making the boundaries of Portmore, make one of the seats be a stronger seat. The first ball they wanted to bowl was the St. Catherine mayor. But then they said, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can't say that this is in no breach of nothing. This is what was said by the Jamaica Labour Party, big top man, with prejudice. With, yeah, who said that is duty? The next, no talk. No talk. And even though he's a little bit cross, at least he's truthful. The rest over there has tried to disguise the truth, have tried to disguise the outcome, and ask foolish questions like, what is the negative of Portmore being a parish? Well, since Portmore is a subset of Jamaica, all things constant, the negatives to Jamaica will renown to the negatives of Portmore. And the fomenting, which they mean fueling, of political divide is to no benefit. Yes, yes, I hope you learn local Venn diagram. The fomenting, the fueling of disaffection among the political parties cannot benefit that vision that you have formulated in your mind. Especially since Portmore is a place likely to support the People's National Party. We are not worried about the next outcome now, because we have seen this in our history. There was a time that Portmore had a JLP mayor. Keith Hines. That was a step forward in our governance, because though they voted for PMP constituencies, or divisions. They chose to vote for a mayor of another ilk, a friend of mine. However, after that one term, Portmore said, never again. Never again. And after this one term, the seats in Portmore will say the same. It is that knowledge that has caused for this bill. Because the 3 seats over there will say never again. They say, I could try keep one.
Them try him action.
They say, they try. Action, man. That you action work one time, they think that work again. Portland said never again. So therefore, they can stay there. So therefore, they go, yes. They go to say, what is the negative? Well, first we have to analyze the negative of gerrymandering. And gerrymander was a politician in the 1800s who decided to move boundaries so that well, as a member of the ECJ, he would have represented the PMP's interests. It is the failure of the JP to represent their own interests why he could have come out and said that. That is what happened. So the incompetence of the JLP rose its head once again for Bunting to get his way representing the PMP's interests at the ECJ. But what are some of the negatives? It undermines democracy. And that is important for us to note because this might just be the start. The JLP want us to feel that the election in the middle of COVID was a coincidence and they didn't know that the PMP had a disproportionate level of support among older citizens. They want us to feel that they didn't seek political advantage and risk the lives of our people by calling it and communicating that even COVID people can vote on the day. That we must believe it is a coincidence that fear would have gripped many PMP voters who would have been in the group of the elderly. And then it's a reaching day. The JLP then want us to believe that the constant delays of the, what you call that again, the local government election was as a basis of coincidence. And that it wasn't them seeking to manipulate elections for their own benefit. And even when they did that, it did not work. They came out of the election and said in verbatim that Portmore no count. The municipality of Portmore didn't count under the Jamaica Labour Party's analysis of the outcomes. But what could be if they decided that Boscobel should be considered as a part of Ocho since they both have tourism and cut it onto St. Anne? Then they get back St. Mary. I don't want to give them an idea, you know? I don't want to give them an idea. But then get an idea now, you know? We have to watch them. What if
No, you cannot speak.
they say that they... Oh, no. He is trying to foment dissent. What if the JLP goes and tells Falmouth, you know, you're getting some hotels now. You should really be under Montego Bay. We're going to cut you and put you over St. James.
Speaker's time has expired.
He just began like 10 minutes ago.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might he be permitted to complete his presentation?
Thank you very much.
Wait, hold on. Let's
You have heard the question, members, and bear in mind, Senator Bunting, an agreement is an agreement, right? Good. So you have heard the question. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, Senator
Right.
Crawford.
I don't know the agreement, but we will look. So Falmouth, for which they esteemed Wickham McNeil, is now running down in that space.
That's right.
And I'm sure that they are nervous about the outcome. What if they plan to gerrymander the Falmouth? Because you know we're very strong in Falmouth. And come with a ridiculous, that Falmouth, you'll get more road if you are cover flanker. I hear someone under pressure down in St. Elizabeth. What if Black River get cut off and put over by Westmoreland? And my good friend Patrick Peter King is looking like he wants to take advantage up in East Rural. What if Harborview is cut and put into Kingston? You see the probability and possibility of all these cuts, especially. Yeah.
Too many ideas now.
I expect they will claim that since our enslavers did 14 parishes, they will not rest with one. They want 15 out of it. We're going to go 29 parishes when they're finished. And then, no. Well, I am following Warmington's lead. If Warmington lead is to be followed, then when he goes to speak in Trelawney, he will say, we will cut Falmouth and never again. When he goes speak in East Rural, he'll say, we'll cut Harborview and never again. When he goes speak in Western St. Mary, he said, we'll cut Boscobel. This is what was said by a person placed in authority in the Jamaica Labour Party. The one they rely on. So that is one of the negatives that may happen to Portmore. It creates uncompetitive elections. That's what you're trying to achieve. You want the public to believe that it is mere coincidence that this particular cut is net 800 PMP being removed from a particular seat that is supposed to be marginal. And then put in a PMP seat that is a stronghold for the People's National Party. They want us to believe that it doesn't create uncompetitive elections. It weakens political accountability. In fact, if there's any polarization of the people, it is corrected by both parties agreeing to go with whatever the referendum calls for. But for some reason, a referendum is not being considered. I heard my friend KC colleague say that we should make decisions. We the 63, or we the 3 million? Because the we cannot be reserved for just the parliamentarian.
No. The will of the people.
And the we is not reserved in this Jamaica. That's out of many one people for just those who are descendants of slaves. It also must be considering those who are descendants of the Chinese who came as indentured servants and the Indians, the Europeans who came and invested. It must be a reflection of out of many. Therefore, a referendum is a true reflection of the motto of Jamaica because the many will speak.
That's right.
But they want to reserve it to where a few will speak. We say that the people of Portmore should be able to speak on their own behalf. At a time that we need for the collective working together. I hear the party says going into this new, we say them coming out of Britain now and they no longer thing and they want to be fully independent and all of that. That they need a collective political cooperation.
Yes, still, for their life.
They say the king cannot tell them about a parish, but he can decipher the law.
Yeah.
What level of madness? They say what can go so? That the arguments put forward for such a big move, for such historic, as they claim. You know what's next? They're going to say Portmore have 2 cities. They call it 2 capitals. They're going to put Back Road as one and say, that is historic. Never before have a parish have two capitals. We have done that. There's no benefit to that historic situation. Yeah. And I'm looking at this bill. What is the substantive suggestion in this bill? that it never happened since 18, whatever, that is history. They said that it will lead to development. We have already showed that there is no causal relationship. They said that of necessity, consequential amendments are being made. Our people are canvassing. We don't have time for what? PDCG. We have an election to win. We have an election to win. So they say consequential amendments are being made to the Local Government Act, which will then affect, Senator Bunting identified, 398. I'm going back into maths because we're going to round it off to 400. 400 polling divisions. That's not development, that's confusion. And it is so important somehow that right before the election it must be done.
Yeah. Right before.
So therefore, without time to adjust, it must be done right now, because there is some advantage to Portmore for it to be done before the election. What advantage to the people of Portmore is this timing? But there's an advantage to the Jamaica Labour Party. They come forward again. It will affect how many divisions? 390. No, PDs. 13 divisions. So 13 people who voted in 2024, 13 groups of people, sets of people, who were all complement and by extension no intersection. Those 13 divisions now would have had people who did not contribute to their representation. That's not development, that's confusion. Confusion. There would be a group that have no representation.
What kind of group? A paper group? Like ANA's group, a Lawrence Road group then?
You don't know enough about the People's National Party. If you did, you would have joined, because it is the better party. We come further. How many constituencies? 4. I would want to read it with prejudice, so you have to tell me.
4, 13, 3, 9.
All right. 4 constituencies. Now remember, the Prime Minister never fulfilled this promise of fixed election date, so it can be any time. It don't have to be September. It can be next week. So therefore, they have now created these elements of confusion. When in a month, haven't they told the ECJ to be ready? That readiness don't include boundaries. Oh, okay. That's confusion.
Confusion, not development. Confusion.
And that confusion, coincidentally, benefits the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. President, there's nothing in this for the people of Portmore. There's nothing. Their priorities have been outlined by the Senator Cavangale. Those priorities, unfortunately, have not been touched, but they are now saying that this is the answer. There's a school called Greater Portmore that the teachers had a sit out because of the stench. The stench of the sewage. And then when I contacted that school, they were going into, what you call that, distance learning, because the teachers are refusing to come back to school. They have lost teachers to resignation due to the impact of the sewage plant. Instead of something coming to speak to that,
Such an important thing.
they said that there will be a parish. I want to know after today if that stench will be removed automatically by parish.
Tell us.
The good senator spoke about how the road network needs to be expanded, because what was developed initially, they have outgrown that road network. And that someone disrespected him, having not recognized that he's the eminent BITU specialist. No, but it's peer specialist over there. You know? Communication strategy specialist. Delano is a strategy specialist. And the medical specialist. It's 3 specialists coming here. Yes. But will that change? With it being a parish? And could it have changed without it being a parish? All these grand ideas about, oh, you're going to make it be a digital center, what in this makes it more likely?
Yeah, man. One is said to be Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley.
No, they reduce the size.
Lord, my God.
Him said, look at Miami.
What about the AC Santa Cruz? These things are just ridiculous political statements that are being made. The People's National Party is not against Portmore being a parish. It's against a government using its majority to create political advantage and by extension political disadvantage. The evidence stands. And as Senator Bunting says, by whatever legal means. Because we're not going to say we will never stand for the PMP taking this country again.
No, we don't
That
say
is
those
what
things.
they
That's what
have
they
stated.
say.
And then say, oh, you can't say certain things, you're promoting. What?
We will not stand.
By whatever legal means, we will resist a step backward in our democratic process.
That's right.
By whatever means. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Forever.
All right, thank you, Senator Crawford. And with agreement of all parties, both sides, and the staff of Parliament, we're going to have a suspension of this sitting for half an hour. So we'll be back here at about 10 minutes to 3. Thank you very much.
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs and manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs around here.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
I saw you want to live. I walk and look over your shoulder. No sleep at night. I wonder if your family safe, your mother, your brother, your sister, your youth them. And when you get catch, are you alone? But not there to help you. You have to talk for yourself a court. And then when you're gone behind the bars, them see you on their road. I live them life and I enjoy life. Gang violence don't make no sense. Leave gang violence alone. Let's work together and make Jamaica a safer and peaceful country. Let's all live good.
A message from the Ministry of National Security.
Aspiring gunman, badman, young dance, liquor shotters, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds. You still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No gun for no guy. And no bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother, your granny. Some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
Hello. Today we're going to be making breakfast and preparing a lunchbox for school. Let's start with some sugar and salt. And wash it down with a nice big glass of more sugar. And now for the lunchbox. Let's put in saturated fat, more salt, and sugar. Foods high in salt, fats, and sugar increase the risk of hypertension, obesity, heart disease, and type 2 diabetes. Now more than ever, we have the right to know what's in our food. Give us warning labels on the front of our food packages.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, to providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings. Just do the maths. Not taking too much. Finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today. Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code. Pay your ticket on time and only go to court if the ticket is being contested.
close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
The government expects to collect revenue, raise loans, and utilize cash resources to finance the central government expenditure budget. The money to fund the budget comes from taxation, for example, income tax, education tax, stamp duties, general consumption tax, among others. Non-tax, for example, profits in government companies and miscellaneous receipts by the Accountant General. Other sources of funding include Capital Development Fund transfer, capital, grants, and the Consolidated Fund. In essence, most of the country's funding comes from revenue and grants, loans, and from prior year cash balances in the Consolidated Fund. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
The budget is made up of expenditure and revenue estimates that are tabled in the House of Representatives at the same time by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The expenditure is the projected costs to cover the country's loans to public bodies, public debt, non-wage expenditure, wages, salaries, and capital for the financial year. The revenue is the total sum of money that the government will collect or raise to fund its expenditure for the financial year. The major revenue items include taxation, non-tax and capital revenue, grants, capital development fund, and loan receipts. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
Steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make a roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make a fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Na 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 na. We want a piece for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. While we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
I'm not allowed to speak for myself. They make all the decisions.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere by myself. They're afraid I'll escape.
See how my hand and face bruise up? Them beat me cause me say me tired.
I'm only 13, but they said if I work harder, they will allow me to go home.
Me no have no birth paper, no ID. Them take all of my documents, them.
Victims of human trafficking are all around us and they need our help. Forced labor is one of the many forms of human trafficking. If you see something, say something. Report suspected cases of human trafficking. Call the nearest police station, 119 or 888-PROTECT.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is. It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. to ensure no one project or community gets all the funds. There are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that. No, brother, no, man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game,
yeah, but I look a bad game. No, I said, Pearson, you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. No shake on, I can play a little bad, brethren.
Really have to shake on?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man.
Come together,
I make the violence done.
We know you want better roads in your towns and communities. That is why through the SPARK program, your government is allocating over $40 billion over 2 years to fix your community and rural roads. $20 billion will go towards fixing smaller roads in every area, with $150 million allocated per area. The remaining funds will be distributed based on road length and condition, ensuring areas with greater need receive more assistance. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The overall central government spending goes towards debt servicing, recurrent programs, wages and salaries, capital expenditure, and providing loans to public bodies. Recurrent programs are a number of projects that are embarked upon annually by the government. These are usually social intervention programs. Some of Jamaica's recurrent programs include the maintenance of roads and other physical infrastructure, production incentives to farmers, and the continued rehabilitation of farm roads, streetlights for all 14 municipal corporations, starting to execute the national census, the program of advancement through health and education path, central government pension benefits, natural disaster risk management, among several others. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. group. The schools track performance, access and attendance from infant primary to university students. Turn up the skills training full steam. We are getting one of the big trend. Elevate the schools. Yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Promote technology. Yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry. We're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is Trend, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
We want you to enjoy the beauty of our island home, and that includes your beaches. That is why we are upgrading at least 9 beaches and equipping them with restrooms and other amenities for your comfort. Jamaica's beaches are your beaches. Your government cares about your recreational environment.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
To fight crime and violence in your country, your government has invested over $9.7 billion into national security systems. This includes the construction and renovation of dozens of police stations, the acquisition of critical security equipment such as patrol vessels and police vehicles, the recruitment and training of more police officers, and the build-out of the Jamaica Defense Force. Your government is investing in your safety. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Watch the budget debates live on PBCJ. Jamaica's first female Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Favour Williams, will make her maiden presentation when she opens the budget debate at Gordon House on Tuesday, March 11. The government is proposing a $1.26 trillion budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, which begins on April 1. And her presentation will explain how it all will be financed. On Thursday, March 13, opposition spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, will make his contribution. Opposition leader Mark Golding will make his contribution on Tuesday, March 18. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness will follow 2 days later on Thursday, March 20. Then, Minister Favour Williams will close the debate on Tuesday, March 25. Watch it all live on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Young Jamaicans up to 35, your government will reserve up to 10% of NHT housing solutions over the next 5 years, just for you with 100% financing up to 15 million Jamaican dollars. This is how we are empowering and breaking the cycle of poverty meaningfully. Your government is caring for you.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What a flow, what a flow. What a flow, what a flow. Come on. What a flow, what a flow. What a flow, what a flow. The water put it just like a freestyle. The lifeblood flowing mile by mile. It's legacy, a beat that don't stop like Bob Marley said. One love on top. The sewage water out of sight, but it's always wrong, don't lose the light. From factories and wells so deep, cause mangoes and fish they weep. Bring water for the garden, keep it green. Save the cash and the earth gets clean. We use the water with a mindful mind. It's out of sight but never far behind. In nature, the answers always flow. Like water running pure, the cycle grows. It renews itself, same drop, same beat. It's all good, man, you got the heat. Water flow, water flow. No clean water, no pipes we grow. Protect our water, protect our future.
Time to go.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. While we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, Billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
The budget is made up of expenditure and revenue estimates that are tabled in the House of Representatives at the same time by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The expenditure is the projected costs to cover the country's loans to public bodies, public debt, non-wage expenditure, wages, salaries, and capital for the financial year. The revenue is the total sum of money that the government will collect or raise to fund its expenditure for the financial year. The major revenue items include taxation, non-tax and capital revenue, grants, Capital Development Fund, and loan receipts. The national budget is everybody's business because it impacts every Jamaican. Visit mof.gov.jm for more information.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order, to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself. A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's Parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted.
This Honorable Senate now resumes its sitting. All right. Senator Abga Fitzenley.
Thank you, sir. I rise to make my contribution to the Counties and Parish Amendment Act 2025. The bill proposes to make the municipality of Portmore parish number 15 in Jamaica. When this bill is passed into law, Portmore will be the first parish created in Jamaica since May 1, 1867. Indeed, a historic bill, sir. I don't propose to temporize too much. I will get to the point. I've listened to the debate on the issue and the general posture taken by the opposition and the government regarding this matter of Portmore becoming a parish. And regarding the matter of constitutionality of the bill, I must indicate that I don't find compelling the arguments quoted by the opposition Senate leader concerning the alleged lack of constitutionality of the bill. The objects of the bill make it clear that it intends to establish Portmore as a parish. That is the primary objective. It's a matter of public record, and the member knows as well that the ECJ has the power to set boundaries and to ensure that there is conformity with the law. I therefore find as wanting the suggestion of the bill being ultra vires. It appears clear to me that the Constitution contemplates that where anomalies exist, the ECJ will step in and take corrective steps. That's the first point I wish to make. I'm also disappointed in the posture taken by the opposition on a number of important matters concerning this bill. And I'll tell you why I'm disappointed. Because some of the arguments are marinated by a semblance of hypocrisy. So we hear the opposition leader saying the PNP does not want a referendum concerning the issue of Jamaica's final appellate court, a matter that touches and concerns every single Jamaican. Yet the same opposition leader calls for a referendum on the matter of Portmore. There's a word for that, sir. Hypocrisy. The other matter of hypocrisy is the opposition Senate leader attended upon the Parliament today and was robust in his presentation and his denunciation of gerrymandering. Yet, he's on tape speaking about a seat being cut for the PNP. That, sir, is another indication of the hypocrisy of the stance of the opposition. And I wish to caution the opposition to understand, Senator Bunting, that the people of Jamaica, they are not fools. They're intelligent. Yes. So it should be. And they are able to deduce issues. They listen to us in the Parliament. And when we take one stance regarding a particular matter, a similar matter arises and we take another stance. It is transparent. And there's a word for it, unprincipled. And I genuinely believe, sir, that the people of Jamaica are over that type of politicking. The next point I wish to make is that I do not participate in this debate because of any personal ties with Portmore. I have listened to the arguments from the two sides and assessed them. I hear reasoning coming from the government side, particularly MPs Terrelong and Miller, who submit that parish status will bring increased stature to the people of Portmore, who already have a unique sense of identity and no doubt will take great pride to assert that they reside in the locale. That is not an afterthought, not merely considered a key part of a parish, but that they reside in the parish of Portmore. I've heard the MPs on the government side indicate that they look at the glass half full, not half empty. And regarding the issue of medical institutions in Portmore, they say, look, in 1867, St. Andrew was declared a parish. It did not have a public hospital until the mid-1950s. I've heard MPs Terrelong and Miller argue that parish status will give them, as representatives of the people, added impetus, a greater platform to argue for benefits for the people across many sectors: medical care, security, welfare, and commerce. And I've heard the MPs argue as well that the taxes paid by the people who live in Portmore, and no matter how Senator Crawford, I'm happy he has entered at this juncture, seeks to spin it, currently only a percentage of the taxes paid by the people of Portmore goes to the local. That's a fact. And I've heard the MPs argue that parish status will no doubt ensure that the taxes paid by the people of Portmore is spent to their benefit. I find those arguments are very compelling. I've heard the MPs advocate as well that the move to make Portmore a parish will bring added impetus to the vision of Portmore becoming Jamaica's own Silicon Valley, and that it will mean an increase in property value of businesses, and thereby expanding the economic portfolio of people who live in the locale. And critically, a key argument is that given that the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness campaigned on the issue of Portmore becoming a parish, we put it in our 2020 manifesto and got the ultimate mandate from the people. Making Portmore a parish will build the people's trust in leadership in Jamaica, that in the interest of the people of Jamaica, we will do what we say we will do. all compelling arguments, sir, which have persuaded me that it would be good to move ahead and make the great city of Portmore parish number 15 in Jamaica. When I listen to the arguments from the opposition, again, I'm disappointed. I hear arguments suggesting that making Portmore a parish might put politicians out of work. Oh, it might displace a mayor. It might displace another mayor. Those are the arguments I hear coming from members of the opposition, including in the lower house of Parliament. And I wish to take this opportunity to say to the opposition, for God's sake, for once put the contemplation of potential benefits to the people above the interest of a few genetically or politically connected individuals. That's my advice to the opposition. For once, put the interest of the people of Jamaica, including the people of Portmore, first. That's my advice today to the opposition. People who you call Scotty or Thomas holding on to our work, which you are failing abysmally in, by the way, is not a credible factor to wage figurative war on a move that will bring tangible benefits to the people of Portmore. For once, put the interests of the people of Jamaica first, above the interests of your political cronies. On the matter of cronyism, sir, I have good reason to believe that the people of Portmore, having increased superintendence of their tax dollars, is very important. The corporation, led by Mayor Norman Scott, is now the subject of what we are told is a billion-dollar corruption investigation being pursued by MOCA. In that vein, sir, even as we contemplate the benefits of Portmore becoming a parish, I wish to reiterate my concern. It's a serious matter, Senator Crawford. It's not a matter to be jocular about. It's not a matter to be jocular about. I wish to reiterate my concern, sir, about the quality of governance at municipal corporations across the country, where the PNP have control. It's not the only corporation being led by Mayor Scott. It's not only the corporation being led by Mayor Scott that has been mired in corruption allegations. We have had similar controversies in Westmoreland, Hanover, Manchester, and others controlled by the opposition party, which is currently mired in what the media refers to as the PNP KSAMC corruption scandal. That scandal, sir, took life when the General Secretary of the PNP was heard on leaked audio answering a question from a PNP caretaker about why more KSMC monies were sent to some PNP caretakers compared to others in December last year. And the PNP General Secretary said this was being done for strategic purposes. He said more monies were being sent to individuals where it is expected that by-elections will be called. And he might huff and he might puff on political platforms across the country, sir. I reiterate my statement that this KSMC PNP corruption scandal is evidence of organized criminal activity, for which Dr. Dayton Campbell and Mayor Andrew Swaby was heard in leaked audio saying he was jailing up and grilling up the thing, should step aside. Dr. Campbell, sir, should step down from every post of consequence that he has, including being a commissioner of the ECJ. And I've heard Dr. Campbell on political platforms across the country drawing a false comparison between him and an icon of the dance hall. A false comparison, sir, because the comparison he drew with Rodney Bounty Killer Price, a man who sang Poor People Fed Up, is contrary to the posture taken by the exponent of the music, who I'm pretty sure would not countenance malfeasance and hanky-panky concerning use of public funds. I say to Dr. Campbell, that if he knows what we know, his time would be better spent directing his PNP cronies at the KSMC to take them sticky finger of poor people money. And as we contemplate the use of public funds in municipal corporations across the country, before I close, I wish to ask Mayor Swaby a few questions. Yes. Is it true that scores of PNP caretakers were sent to a hardware on Mountain View Avenue to pick up supplies to give them political scarce benefits and spoils, and to fund their Labor Day activities in May 2024?
So you can know what you're responding to.
And did the KSMC pay monies to this hardware?
Questions are fine, here or there.
Which turned over millions of dollars in supplies to PNP caretakers. Oh. These are new and additional pieces of information which suggest that there is organized criminality, Senator Bunting, at the KSMC under the leadership of Mayor Andrew Swaby. And consequently, I make a call, sir, for the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency MOCA and the Auditor General to launch an investigation into spending by the KSMC during Labor Day 2024. I call for a serious investigation into that spending. The fact is, sir, these sorts of sordid developments at municipal corporations controlled by the PNP confirm that Portmore really will not be at a loss when it is given parish status. I have already alluded to the benefits to the people.
Many benefits.
So let the parliamentary record confirm that on principle and in the interest of the people, this senator supports passage of the Counties and Parish Amendment Act 2025. If it pleases you, sir, I resume my seat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator Apka Finsenley. Senator Lambert Brown.
Mr. President, no, I don't need that. Mr. President, listening to the debate, especially the contribution of the two of the newer members of the Senate, is really a disappointment. And even further, I hope, Dr. Thompson, you will lift the bar. I rely on you to do that. The law, Senator, is right. I'm also depending on you. You see? You don't have to be everlasting, Senator Morgan. And sometimes, by being everlasting, you expose your weakness. And that is what was on full display today. Mr. President, I hope that what I'm going to say now is not considered by that side to be insultive. But I'm going to say it. What I heard from that side today remind me of the 5 in 4. The promise 5 in 4. Where is it? an illusion being pursued by this government, but never to be achieved. Mr. President, when I listen to them, I realize that over 1,000 Jamaicans made the mistake of trying to sleep with their windows and doors open and still wake up alive in the morning. So, I hope it's not insultive to them to remind them of those two promises. As I also remind them, without insulting them, of the fixed date election promise and the grand referendum. And before the Prime Minister speaks next week, I want to remind him that he had proposed last year that the NHT would build 15,009. 15,009 houses. So, I also remember the long-standing promise of a MAG, a Central Forensic Lab. So, I am well recalling the promises made by them. So, I am satisfied. That the big promise of a police headquarters at New No Man's Land, made with such fanfare, has not materialized. So when they come to me, a resident of Portmore, still, but not only that, there was a time when I was the only Portmore resident in the Senate. I welcome. No. I welcome Senator Morgan. But Senator Morgan, I've been in Portmore before you're born. I've been there from 1977. So, and when you think that your parents is on the working class, my mother was an hospital attendant at National Chest, and she has brought up a son. She has brought up a son who the Prime Minister told you right sitting there, make sure you take me on. So that's for you. No, I was Morgan. I'll show you my Manning Cup football picture. So, Mr. President, I say to the people of Portmore, remember those promises. Because what we're facing in Portmore is like a person suffering from major internal issues and then goes out to say, can I get a cosmetic fix on my face? Can you make my nose smaller? In other words, this cosmetic parish status doesn't fix the real problems. Doesn't fix the real problems of Portmore. And before I go to some of the real problems of Portmore, with Senator Gale points, he recognizes that. I just want to deal with some things that was said earlier. I'm not interested about viewership.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, let us be clear. We have been told that this bill is to fix what the colonial enslavers left us. And I wonder, Minister, I wonder, Senator Morgan, why is it that the big left be gifted to us, Privy Council, by those same colonial masters? It's been so embraced by you that I can only say the embrace is even closer than a young baby and suckling at the breast of the mother. So I am seeing that this so-called argument about colonial is a myth, because they believe in the Privy Council, which make laws, which govern us, which says whether or not our government is active. So, they're hugging up the Privy Council like a baby suckling at her mother's breast. And they should be ashamed to prefer argument here that is an anti-colonial move while they're coming with the 15th parish.
We said no such thing. We said in as much as the colonial administration. Mr. President.
All right, Senator Morgan.
And the next point I want to make about what was said earlier by the minister. The minister said, we want more for Portmore. So nice, Minister. But look at clause 2B of this bill. It excludes part of Portmore. That's what you're asking us to do. Exclude, 2B says. Lakes Pen, Grange Lane, that means the KFC at Independence City gone. Gone to St. Catherine. Lime Tree Grove, Quarry Hill. This is not making great Portmore, giving Portmore more. This is taking away from Portmore. So we mash down that untruth. We mash down that untruth. Mr. President, then we put on at Goat Island. Yes, because them give us Goat Island now. Them take away that from Wilmington. Mr. President, in the memorandum of objects and reasons, this is stated. It is envisioned that the designation of parish status and the municipality will strengthen the lobbying capacity. Just call us a parish and we have stronger lobbying capacity. And you think we would believe that? It goes on. It goes on. Empower the citizens to be more independent, to more independently chart the course of development. We are already doing that in Portmore. We even have advanced governance. We elect our mayor. Minister, what you're doing to the citizens of Portmore is taking my 2 votes. You're taking away my 2 votes. You're taking away my 2 votes. I am allowed to vote for the councillor, and I'm allowed to vote for the mayor separately. And some people in the municipality have split their votes. Vote for a mayor of a different party and a councillor of a different party. They're taking away that possibility from the citizens of Portmore. And the minister said, oh, we're giving you more. No, Minister, you're giving us less than we have now. President, The best way to describe this bill is how my MP in the other place, Fitzjackson, described it. That this bill is a gerrymandering bill. This bill is about making Portmore smaller. This bill is about the theory of the JLP not to surrender Jamaica to the will of the people. And it has been stated earlier that a senior member of the Jamaica Labour Party, is quoted as saying the following: "The most difficult of the three was Portmore Pines, and we have made it much easier now. I've been fighting before 2011, when we had the last boundary change, that Portmore should not go to Spanish Town. And today I'm happy to say that we have the boundary that we wanted all along. Quarry Hill, Lakes Pen, Lime Tree Grove, Grange Hill, and that side will no longer be in Portmore Pines." This is the real purpose of this bill. Warmington said so. This is the Warmingtonization of Jamaica. It is the Warmingtonization of Jamaica, and that's not a good example for our people to follow. Chairman, let us be clear. What this bill does is to advance the not surrender in Jamaica to the will of the people. Once upon a time, we had an active political ombudsman. That is now hidden in the back corridors of the ECJ. And since the laws passed, removing them to ECJ, we have not seen or heard anything about the political ombudsman activities. This is also, we have seen the not surrender in Jamaica to the will of the people, that the parliamentary committees that used to be headed by the opposition, that has disappeared under the spurious argument that it will be better when government sit. The record has shown that to be a big scam. We have seen, as Senator Bunting pointed out, the unrelenting attacks on the Integrity Commission. And since recently, we have seen the attacks also on the Auditor General. Part of the not surrendering Jamaica to the will of the people, has shown itself in constitutional amendments brought to, poor fellow, brought to the floor of the parliament and passed by a majority. So, what is clear to us, that this is not a bill to build a Silicon Valley or a little Miami. This is a bill designed to denude the people of the power to elect their own mayor. You see, when I tell you about the chicken, I meant it. They must stop serving chicken for lunch or breakfast. No, I am not. Let me tell you. So I'm not seeing the little Miami. I'm not seeing the Silicon Valley. I'm seeing a Clarkstown to become a city. Maybe it will be cut off from Trelawney. The reality is that this government is good at making promises. Promises that are not fulfilled. But promises that sound good. And I hope that that will fool the people. Mr. President, I do not intend to be long. Bless you, bless you. You're going back to Mobile before the president. Yeah. Mr. President, the people of Portmore, want certain things rather than to be declared a parish. The people of Portmore want a prime minister whose statutory declaration can be certified. The people of Portmore want a prime minister who is not under investigation for illicit enrichment.
Senator, stop. Please, come on, Senator Brown, man. You're a senior senator, you know. You're a senior.
They came here
I want
and
you to,
talk about,
Senator Brown.
They came here and talk about St. Catherine Parish Council.
Senator Brown, please, Senator Brown, and you are fully aware of Standing Order 35-2. And I'll ask you to just stay away. Go, Senator Brown, Senator Brown, stop right there. Just stop right there. Hold a second for me, please. You see where I stopped you? Don't go back. Move forward beyond, and I'm telling you to move forward from where I stopped you. And if you make another comment on that, I'm going to ask you, Senator Brown, you cannot speak while I'm speaking. Your mic is not on. Okay. I'm asking you to abide by Standing Order 35-2. What you're going to do for me is that where I stopped you, and it's the topic on which I stopped you, don't go. All right? And Senator Morgan, I'm going to ask you, because we have had a long day. Please, just tone it down so we can get through the speeches in silence, right? And everybody can hear what each other has to say. Thank you very much.
The people of Portmore want Mark Golding as Prime Minister. And they want Mark Golding because he's certified. The people of Portmore want Mark Golding because he's not under investigation for illicit enrichment. So, President, the people of Portmore, yesterday, for 12 hours, there's no water in my house. Yesterday, and as a regular thing in Portmore, the water supply is inconsistent. For many days, many weekends, citizens in Portmore are without water. They want water, not a parish designation. Mr. President, the people of Portmore want their roads fixed, not a designation of parish status. The people of I don't want to interrupt your speech, you know. You want 2 more hours? The people of Portmore are deserving and want a hospital, not a parish status. And let me make it clear. The children of Portmore who get sick have to be taken to the Bustamante Hospital for Children in Kingston. They have no CT scan machine. They have no CT scan machine. The people, the parents of Portmore and the children of Portmore want a CT scan machine at Bustamante Children's Hospital rather than a declaration of parish status. The people of Portmore want for their children a proper microscope to be used in surgery at Bustamante Hospital for Children rather than to be declared a parish status. The people of Portmore want, when they get sick and they are transferred to Kingston Public Hospital, they want Dr. Thompson. No, I'm going to draw you in. They want operating theaters that work and operating theaters without mold. That's what they want. Fix those.
That's why they've been voting JLP to get all of those things.
Fix those. The people of Portmore, Senator Floyd Morris said, they ask you, cemetery or parish status? Parish? I forgive him, you know. He knows not what he's doing. So I forgive him.
Senator Morgan, give me a moment. Senator Morgan, just Senator Morgan, give me a moment. You got your opportunity, and I'm certain that there are others who want to have an opportunity. So those nice, lovely comments that you're making, slip it to the next possible speaker and let them put it out that all of Jamaica can hear. All right? Because when the mic is off, they're not hearing.
The people of Portmore are not begging for Custos Rotolorum Morgan, which comes with parish status. What they want is to maintain their role of influencing the bigger parish of St. Catherine. This bill moves them out of St. Catherine. Reducing, Minister, the role of the Portmore councillors as part of the historic St. Catherine Parish. So, we're not asking for parish status because removing us from St. Catherine Parish Council may give the JLP more, but it gives the people of Portmore less say in a major parish. So, it's clear to me that what this government is about, they do that every day, but it doesn't stop me. And some of them have been paid. Some of them have been paid. Some of them have been paid. Right? So let us be clear. This bill, I'm sensing from Senator Morgan that the bill may be passed, but not operationalized. I sense the same thing from Senator Gale. And you know, President, we passed a bill here, the Road Traffic Act. Next thing I read, that the cameras, you can't send tickets from the cameras, from stoplights, violations, which tell me that this government is notorious for passing laws, just for passing laws, but not operational. Senator Bunting, I remember telling them, It won't work. You can't take a man from 12.5 King Street, Canterbury, and man give you that address, and you send ticket trying to find that person. Or, Pedro, Banana Ground District. Our country makeup and culture is different. So I am not worried that they're going to run and pass this with the majority. Because with a quorum of 8, you only need 5 people to pass this law. With a quorum of 8 in the Senate, with 5 people you can pass this law. But you know the good thing about it? Time comes. An election will be called, and we will repeal this act. Next thing, as Senator Bunting made clear, it doesn't look practical for this legislation to be implemented before the next elections. So, we rush today to pass it, but it will be of no moment. They will tick a box and say we pass the legislation, but its impracticality will weigh it down, and the people will judge them, just as the people are going to judge them on the grand referendum that promised ganja, homosexuality, privy council. Impeachment bill. So that the people of Jamaica, I think it's Senator Fitzhenley say, they're not fooled. Get up and say it now. Get up and say it now. I am here. I am here 13 years, and you won't last that long. I am here 13. President, I ask that he withdraw that, because he's saying I should be in GP for what?
You see, I didn't, you
For,
know, I actually didn't, I never heard.
I know
but because I'm focused on you, you know, Senator Brown.
Yeah, but when they are talking, you weren't focused on them. You're focused on me.
Come on, Senator Brown, go ahead, go ahead.
But let me make it this way. Abka, this man who stands here stands on integrity. My hands are clean, my heart is pure. And you can make your snide remarks, but they fall flat because they're based on lies. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. I am who I am. I am a proud servant, leader of the people of the country. I am happy because I remember how you, Senator Morgan, did to Portia Simpson Miller in the run-up to the 2011 elections. I remember how you put a vulture.
Sorry. Senator Brown, Senator Brown, just stop a moment. Stop. You know that I am certain that all of Jamaica that is viewing and listening to what is taking place right now, and the comments that I hear and the throwing of words, it is not good for persons who...
You heard what they were saying?
Sir, I am speaking to both sides.
Oh, it's both sides you're talking to?
Yeah.
People of Jamaica, let them pay for what they did in the past and what they have done now. And the pretty promises has caught up on them. This effort,
Sorry, Senator Morgan, and if it is Fitzhenley, I haven't heard Steve right, but please, just allow Senator Brown to finish. Please, I don't want to hear it again from that side, please. You're taking this thing down into a road that I don't think it is going to end up nice. All right? End up nice. All right? Please. Come on, man. You're speaking about certain things. If you want to take it onto the political platform, I can't stop you, but I will stop you here. All right? Please.
Thank you. So I got that out of you.
No, yeah.
Thank you. So, President, No, I have no time to be gracious when I see unfairness. So, President, let us be clear. This bill doesn't give Portmore more. It takes away from what Portmore have. This bill is an attempt to give the JLP an advantage. But I say the people will decide. Time come. I am satisfied that the people will punish them for their stewardship that is lacking.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator C.
No speech.
Senator Delano Seabright.
Mr. President, I rise to comment briefly on the Counties and Parishes Amendment Act 2025, which seeks to grant parish status to the Portmore City Municipality, making it the 15th parish of Jamaica. I welcome this act and express my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to speak on this historic occasion. This move is not just an administrative change, but a recognition of Portmore's remarkable journey, a journey of transformation from coastal plains and sugar estates to the largest residential community in the Caribbean, with a very high number of university and college-educated citizens, many of who are productive and drive the economy and the administration of our country in many ways. Mr. President, many Portmore residents have long seen themselves as separate from St. Catherine. This is the truth. And this formal recognition only strengthens that identity. Additionally, this elevation to parish status is a natural and necessary step in Portmore's continued growth, ensuring that the people receive the governance, the investment, and the opportunities that they deserve. Commendations, Mr. President, are in order for Prime Minister the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Minister Desmond McKenzie, Joint Select Committee members including Dr. Andrew Wheatley, Robert Miller, Orlando Terrelong, and the many other citizens and stakeholders and MPs and senators who contributed to making this dream of Portmore becoming a parish a reality. Mr. President, Portmore's roots stretch back centuries, and I don't need to go into detail because a lot of it was covered by colleagues here. However, in the mid-20th century, Portmore's modern transformation truly began. By the 1960s, Kingston essentially ran out of large-scale housing project spaces, leading to a bold vision for new developments in Portmore. In this year's Senate, Sir Neville Ashenheim, under the late Prime Minister Hugh Shearer's administration in 1968, described the first housing scheme, Independence City, Senator Morgan, as a vital project to ease Kingston's overcrowding. Now, under the guidance of Moses Matalon, and we should give commendation to the Matalon family for their contributions to the development of Portmore today. And his business partners, we spoke about the causeway, providing critical access to Portmore. We spoke about the Rio Cobre Dike, hence Dyke Road, to protect the area from flooding. Mr. President, these developments paved the way for a building boom, and many local entities, including Gore Developments, Wicon, which is the Matalon family, the National Housing Trust, the Urban Development Corporation, the brainchild of late Prime Minister Edward Seaga, and many others, played a crucial role in shaping Portmore into what it is today. Now, by the 1980s, the population had surged to over 77,000 persons, and by the mid-1990s, with the construction of Greater Portmore, the population doubled to in excess of 160,000, and today we have over 200,000 people calling Portmore home, making it the largest residential area in the Caribbean. So, Mr. President, in 2003, Portmore was granted municipality status, allowing it to elect its own mayor which awkwardly is, that mayor is ceremonial at best, is a toothless tiger. So despite the good intentions of the municipality, in its format, frankly, doesn't work well as it should today. Notably, Mr. President, the Joint Select Committee on this matter, dating back to November 2020, was apprised of the fact that discussions about Portmore being designated a parish began prior to 2003. That's over 22 years ago, under the then Prime Minister P.J. Partisan-led administration, and talks about that parish, about the Portmore being designated a parish. And as you would recall, then Mayor George Lee played a critical role in those discussions too. So the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons signed by Minister of Local Government and Community Development, Desmond McKenzie, it says it is envisioned that the designation of parish status on the municipality will strengthen its lobbying capacity, 1. 2, empower its citizens to more independently chart the course of development rather than being subject to the decisions being made for the parish of St. Catherine, of which the municipality, the Portmore municipality, is a part of, and facilitate the opportunity to autonomously manage any allocated resources. Mr. President, this is a necessary and long-delayed correction for the people of Portmore, for the Portmore to become a parish. That is a fact. And good heavens, the last time we had any creation of a parish was 1867, under the reign of Queen Victoria. I don't foresee any of us in here seeing another parish developed in Jamaica in our lifetime. Let's just be frank. So this storm in a teacup, this hysteria, really, and this overblown pulpitry from some of our opposition senators is really unnecessary. It really is. The only other place where we expect some sort of administrative adjustment, which will not be a parish, is Negril, because Negril is a unique town that is now spread across 2 parishes, and we have had issues there in terms of the management of Negril between the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation, the Hanover Municipal Corporation, the police, and so on. So there's a need for a new administrative structure to be developed there, and I believe those discussions are ongoing. So there will be no new parish in our lifetime. So here we have a glorious moment to celebrate the development of a parish, a new parish, Portmore, with over 200,000 citizens, a population bigger than many other parishes in Jamaica, and a place that is so amazing in its setup, its dynamics, and its demographics. It's something we should be proud of, and we should not have it drown in political hysteria and nonsense. Respectfully. And that's just my comment on that. Just quickly, Mr. President, the new parish of Portmore, as outlined in the Counties and Parishes Amendment Act 2025, includes the Hellshire Hills, Goat Island, the city of Portmore, of course. This brings really significant opportunities to really give attention to this new parish, right? On the entertainment and leisure side, we have the Port Henderson Road, which has a vibrant nightlife and has the ability to really, which needs more structure. They call it back road, but it needs a bit more structure and organization, you know, and a sense of modernity and more rules. The Jamworld Entertainment Center. I know Minister Babsy Grange is working on that to become a 24-hour entertainment zone. And it has a capacity for 100,000 patrons. I mean, massive facility. We have the Caymanas Park, Jamaica's only horse racing track. And I know the private sector stakeholders there are quite keen on expanding that into a mega sports and entertainment complex. And then beyond that, we have the beaches. We have the Fort Clarence Beach, we have the Hellshire Beach, which is a gastronomic center for authentic Jamaican seafood. We have the Two Sisters Cave, which is a hidden gem, great ecotourism potential. We have the Rodney's Arm, and of course, Goat Island, again, ecotourism potential. So the parish is really holistic. It's a holistic parish. Yes, it has a major population center, it has a city, it has hills, it has beaches, it has nightlife, it has entertainment. It really has the potential to be something significant. And the fact that Portmore will evolve into this, to me, is truly exciting. And of course, I can't leave out, Senator Gale, the Portmore Resilience Park, which Prime Minister the Most Honourable Andrew Jones broke ground for last year, January 17, which represents a forward-thinking urban development, providing green space for recreation, exercise, family-friendly activities, and so on. Really amazing developments for the people of Portmore, and we should be proud as a people that under this administration and our foresight, but also the work of administrations before, and many of our leaders before, we now have a parish of Portmore coming together. And it is an opportunity for the government to strategically coordinate the development of these assets, positioning Portmore as a major economic, social, and cultural hub. So, Mr. President, this is a momentous occasion. We're not just witnessing the creation of a new parish, but the culmination of decades of growth and determination and transformation. And as I said before, the last time we created a parish, and it's important that people of Jamaica know this, was over 158 years ago. And we're not going to see any more parishes created, certainly in the coming decades, or certainly not in our lifetime. So there's no need to have this storm in a teacup and this unnecessary political hysteria. It is globally known that whenever you have a new city borders, new town borders, new parish borders, new province borders, new capital, like Abuja, Nigeria, there was a debate there politically as to why the borders are here. Scotland had a reorganization of their local government divisions in 1996. There were huge debates, but they were responding, like we are, to population shifts and demographic shifts that have happened in spaces, and we have to act accordingly. So, in any event, the fact is, this is a momentous occasion. Boundary concerns will always exist. That's the nature of life. But progress must always take precedence. Full stop. So parish status will not only provide better governance, it will unlock Portmore's full potential as a centre for tourism, entertainment, and economic development. And I'm proud to stand in support of this historic act and excited for what lies ahead of Portmore as it steps into its rightful place as Jamaica's 15th parish. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Seawright. I think that's it, Minister. Okay. The mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to start where our last speaker ended. And this was on the note that this should be a glorious moment to celebrate. I like that phrase, a glorious moment to celebrate. Because here we are on Jamaica Day, celebrating the fact that as a sovereign nation, an independent sovereign nation, we are able to take decisions under our sworn authority within this parliament as senators, members of this house, where we have the great privilege of being able to make laws for the peace and good government of Jamaica as provided for in the Constitution of Jamaica. What an honor and a privilege. I think that the debate today has not been our best debate. It has not been our best debate because it has not been as reflective as it could have been of the type of unity and celebration of sovereignty that should surround our creation of the first parish that has been created in 158 years. I'm a little disappointed that the opposition has argued against this bill along a vein that seems to be grounded in their belief that we think this is all that needs to be done. They seem to be arguing that declaring the parish, because it will not magically, on second one after its declaration, create everything new in Portmore, that this is therefore somehow grounded in a base political motivation. And I think that's unfortunate, because I think if there is one thing that this administration has demonstrated, it is that where we have a vision for something to be done, that we get it done. And we don't believe that we are the repository of all ideas either. So the 21.5-acre Portmore Resilience Park, which is under construction right now, with all of the facilities that will help to make community and family life balanced and upful and fulfilling, allowing young people to have a place to relax and socialize in a clean and an uplifting way. Families to spend time, do sports, and general, you know, your church groups and other community organizations have a place to meet and build their community, optimize their community. A government that has upgraded and is in the process of upgrading the health facilities that are there and planning a new hospital. One that is building a new development with a master plan structured in a way that has never been structured in Jamaica's development, in Bernard Lodge. A government where our Prime Minister, who remains connected, who loves the people and who the people love, was this very morning at Independence Primary, singing our national anthem with the little ones, celebrating the goodness that is in our young people in Portmore, in Independence City. And I point that out because it is particularly fitting, not because Costas Marlon went there, but because it is a part of the very first development that gave rise to Portmore. And when the late Philip Edward George Siaga said, let us build Independence City, it was the very PNP that said, no, you're sending people to go live in swamp. They did not see the vision. They didn't see the vision. It is the very same people when in 1966, Lyndon Newland of blessed memory also said that we're coming with the NIS. They said, no, it's a syntax, when now it's one of the most important institutional support for people, for vulnerable persons in Jamaica, and has given rise to so much more. And this is why we feel confident that the people of Jamaica will judge. As Senator Brown has said, the people of Jamaica will judge because they are wise. They are discerning, and they follow these matters, and they know what's important to them. Good government is important to them. Empowerment is important to them. So where it is that Senator Brown doesn't even realize that he has described Portmore as being a part of the major parish, St. Catherine, as an ethos that doesn't recognize that a lot of people in Portmore want to not be seen as part of St. Catherine. They see themselves as Portmore, and that this gives life and voice to that. So we are not saying that there is a unanimous position. It is quite clear that some of your supporters follow your view. But there are many, many more who this is what they want. And not because it will mean some magic wand is going to make everything perfect, but it sets the path for a level of autonomy and development that has been absent. And it's been absent because of the different dissonant structures that have been described earlier in this debate. So, Mr. President, I want to just touch on two more points that I think should be raised without going too deeply into the fact that it is this difference in how we envision the future for Jamaica that makes one of the distinctions between our administrations. And I'm not going to go into the raft of achievements we have on our side and the dearth on the other. That's not where this argument is going. No. So, but an argument that says that because Lakes Pen and Grange Lane, I believe it is, are going to be excluded, then we are giving less and ignoring what more can come. So I'm not even speaking about the geographic area and trying to balance with Goat Island and Hellshire Hills, nothing like that, but just saying that this is not about the physical space, it's about the declaration that sets the platform for so much more to happen. Mr. President, on the constitutional issue, I want to just very briefly say we're quite clear that the authority of this Parliament is to make the law which declares the parish. The parish, the act comes into effect on an appointed day. There are matters which must take place after the parish is declared. And that will include constituency boundaries, but they are not part of this declaration process. They are a separate process. They are part of a subsidiary process. They are a part of a reference in a schedule to the Constitution and not a part of the constitutional power, the lawmaking power, which this Parliament has. So the Parliament will declare the parish, and then the boundaries will be sorted using the normal mechanisms of the ECJ thereafter. This is not rocket science. It is a process. And you may have a view about the order in which things should be done, but there are also other views that say that unless the parish itself is declared and the boundaries are recognized, then you cannot take the other actions that would be necessary. So it's unfortunate that you have taken the position that you have this morning, Senator Bunting, and I hope through the President that you will look back at it. I think we all heard the passion with which you expressed your perspective, but I'm hopeful that, again, noting that this is a moment where I think people would more want to see unity than what they're seeing. And I think when people look at the potential positives, they are understanding less what you're saying are the negatives. I don't think that the argument is an argument for now. The Jamaican people want better, and they want more. And I think that in circumstances like this, like the one which puts itself before us today, this bill, this glorious moment, this opportunity, it is a time that we could do better. So I want to say, Mr. President, that just trying to make sure that I'm not disregarding any of the other very important points which were made earlier, but just to expressly opine that the suggestion by Senator Morris, and I think probably Senator Bunting, you had made it as well, the bill does not transgress the Constitution. The bill does not. We have the authority under the law and under the Constitution to make the bill before us, to bring it into passage. And then other things need to be done. And for the people of Portmore, still more things need to be done. But as they can see what is happening around them at this point in time, as they have been seeing, the roads being fixed, the park being built, the thought being given to the hospital, the upgrades to the health centers, the outbuilding of the parish court, improvements to schools, that all of this is happening, but there is still more. Because the vision of a tech park, of Portmore as a Silicon Valley of the Caribbean, these are not things that are by the wave of a hand, but these are things which are possible. The young, educated population of Portmore is a pool of human capacity waiting to be harnessed in a way that can be for them, especially with the increase in housing that is going to take place in short order, because it's already on the way. So let's look forward. Let's divest ourselves of some of the base political arguments that have a place elsewhere. Sure, they have a place elsewhere, but really not in this Senate. And, you know, this government, or rather the party that now forms government, we had this vision and placed it in our manifesto, and we did campaign on it. And we did set up the Joint Select Committee within months of the electoral victory, delivered on the back of that promise. It has taken a little too long to come, I agree with that. It should have come earlier, and it could have, I believe. But that is not sufficient of a flaw in the process to now not be supportive. I think that this is a good day. We can make it a better day for Jamaica, and we can make a better future for the people of Portmore. Senator Morgan, let us end on a positive note. Thank you. Mr. President, please do not undo my goodwill. Mr. President, it has been a long day, but it is a historic day. It is Jamaica Day, and indeed, it is Portmore's Day. So let us, with a sense of purpose, thank everyone for their commitment to this process, even if it is that we disagree. And disagreement is entirely an accepted part of democracy. Let us proceed to third reading of the bill. I thank you. Second reading of the bill, my apologies. Second reading of the bill, my apologies.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? Sorry?
Senator Allen, Senator Bunting, Senator Brown, Senator Crawford, Senator Fitzhenley, Senator Fraser Binns, Senator Gale, Senator Golden Campbell, Senator Hill, Senator Johnson Smith, Senator Dr. Longmore, Senator Morgan, Senator Professor Morris, Senator Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon, Senator Gabriel Morris, Senator Scott Motley, Senator Sivright, Senator Sinclair, and sorry. No, I'm sorry. My apologies. My apologies. I have the president separated. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. And Senator Dr. Thompson. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, the result of the vote is as follows. We have 10 ayes, 4 noes, and 4 persons absent. So the question, take this one, please. The question will be read a second time. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica, and for connected matters read a second time.
Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favor? Sorry. Senator Brown?
Yeah.
That's on clause 2?
On clause 2, that's correct. At 2B, on the AA, in the 4th line between Elsha Hills, we propose to delete and substitute a comma there. So upon then it would read, under the name of the parish of Portmore, and shall include the Elsha Hills, comma, Goat Islands. We propose to delete and exclude. So we'd put a comma after Goat Islands, and it would therefore have Lakespen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry, and the city of Portmore shall be the parish town thereof. So that's the proposal, which would delete and between hills and goat, replace that with a comma after Goat Islands, delete and exclude, and read onward. Sorry, Pedro? Yeah, and it reads onward. That's the amendment we make. So essentially what that would do is include in the parish of Portmore, Lakespen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry Hill. The city of Portmore shall be the town, parish town. That's what would be the effect of that amendment. And I so propose.
Mr. President, that amendment is not accepted.
All right, so, sorry, Senator Bunting.
If, you know, the point has been made many times by the government side that this is not a political objective. The real objective is not political. Then why not just let the boundaries of the new parish coincide with the constituency boundaries? That would be much easier. It would not create a problem, and you know, and it would prove the point that they've been, the sincerity of the point that the government members have been trying to make.
Yes,
there are a lot of other ways to prove the sincerity, and it will be proven as we develop Portmore, but that amendment is not accepted, Mr. President.
All right, so there's a proposed amendment, and we'll have to take a, right. So there is a proposed amendment, and I'm hearing from the minister that the proposed amendment is not being taken, so we'll have a vote. So those in favor of the proposed amendment? The noes have it. Well, put it this way, Senator, well, you have asked for a divide, and I won't get into my view of how I interpret that particular standing order. So go ahead, Madam Clerk. He wishes to have a divide, so. You're going to have a vote whether to, on the proposed amendment, whether to accept or no. No, they have called for a divide on the, sorry. Man, no, already on the only vote that was taken was in relation to the, no, the second reading. So they have proposed an amendment which the government side is not prepared to accept, and they have asked for a divide, although I heard the no's being louder, but I think we went through that particular issue and I had a view, which the Standing Orders Committee, yes. So can you go ahead, Madam Clerk, please? And I say that I have a disagreement with the approach, but there it goes. So let's go. So, let's go. All right.
Senator Allen.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Senator Bunting. Senator Brown. Senator Crawford. Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Fraser Baines. Senator Gale. Senator Golding Campbell. Senator Hill. Senator Johnson Smith. Senator Dr. Longmore. Senator Morgan. Senator Professor Morris. Senator Morris Dixon. Senator Morris. Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sivright. And Senator Dr. Thompson.
All right, on the vote as to the proposed amendment, the result is as follows. Ayes 4, noes 10, absent 4. So, in respect to the amendment proposed by Senator Lambert Brown, not accepted, so I move to clause 2. Those in favor? Sorry, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 4. Sorry, Senator Bunting, Senator Brown. Anything else you wish to? We can, no, I want to go. I'm just, can we take it in full? The rest of them, that's all I'm asking. That's all I need to know. We have 4, 5, through to 9. Can we take them in block? 4 to 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We have the title, enacted clause. I got a little nervous here. I think I have sufficient experience. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and connected matters is read for a third time and passed.
You have the slow. Assign. Didn't have the stamp on it. All right, members, as I said, we had a long day, and I sat and I listened, and I tried to ensure that peace reigned. Yes, but I think we did well. After several hours, the debate is over, and sometimes Senator Brown would say that I am not to participate in the debate, but I make these comments as the closing remarks of the Senate with a quote that I formulated and didn't get an opportunity to say it before. For the record, stop being afraid of what could go wrong and start being excited about what could go right. Rise and take pride of place and resolve to work under the law to continue to build a Portmore which will last and of which you and the generations to follow may be proud. When you are independent, you walk your own road to success, peace, and prosperity. So that is me as President of the Senate, taking the opportunity to make my comments and my views known. I did not get involved in the debate, sir. Thank you very much. All right, so after, and it's now 4:29 and going to 4:30.
Yes, Mr. President, if we could sit beyond 4:30, Senator Morris Dixon, the Minister in charge of Education and Youth, wishes to raise a matter on the motion for adjournment.
Okay, and those in favor of sitting, those against? The ayes have it. Senator Morris Dixon.
Thank you.
Mr. President, what a beautiful day it is today. And today we observe Jamaica Day 2025, and we do so with profound appreciation for the values that define us as a people and the prosperous future within our grasp. This year's theme, Celebrate Jamaica, steaming towards the future, honing good character, was quite telling as a reflection of not only where we are going, but on who we are becoming as a nation. And I feel that it is quite fitting for the debate that was quite historic that we had today on Jamaica Day, which was declared by the Governor General to be the last Friday of February every year. And of course, I want to acknowledge the decor here and thank the clerk and her team for keeping in the theme. I know it was for before, but you've maintained it, and it's beautiful to walk in here on Jamaica Day and see the celebration of Jamaica's colors here. So thank you and the team for that. Today I spent my morning with students of the Excelsior Primary and Infant School, Excelsior High School, and the Excelsior Community College. As I walked the campus, I felt their energy and their vibrancy. I saw their potential. And I have a little gift here from someone from the primary school. He looked at me and he told me how beautiful I was, and he wanted to give me a bracelet. And I told him I would wear it and I would say his name, and his name was Drayden Richards, who gave me this lovely bracelet this morning. As Minister of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, I see the incredible potential of our young people every day. They're ambitious, creative, and bold. The ingenuity of our youth is limitless. This morning, Mr. President reminded me that as a people, we're at the crossroads of progress and tradition. We must recognize that while technology, innovation, and education will drive our country forward, it is character, our integrity, our discipline, and our collective sense of duty that will determine the quality of that future. Mr. President, our history is rich with examples of character shaping our destiny. The Right Excellent Samuel Sharp did not just fight against oppression. He did so because he believed in the fundamental right of every Jamaican to live with dignity and freedom. His courage was not convenient and it was not cheap. Mr. President, it was principled and strong. The Right Excellent Marcus Garvey did not just dream of a self-reliant people. He preached and practiced self-determination because he understood that true empowerment starts with self-discipline and moral strength. Our first national hero spoke when it was not popular to do so. Our cultural figures have also echoed the message of good character through music, literature, and storytelling. Bob Marley reminded us that the greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively. Miss Lou taught us to embrace our identity with pride and to uplift others with kindness and humor. Even in our simplest proverbs, every mickle make a muckle, we hear the wisdom that prosperity comes from patience, perseverance, and doing what is right, even in small ways. Jamaica has thrived because at critical moments in our history, we have chosen character over compromise, principle over convenience, and unity over division. Mr. President, we are a nation of achievers, and we see that clearly now. Our economy is stable and working for the Jamaican people. Our infrastructure is being improved at an unprecedented rate. Our unemployment rate is at an all-time low, and very importantly, our communities are becoming safer every single day. Mr. President, character education will be at the core of our national development strategy. My predecessor in the Ministry of Education, the Honorable Favour Williams, reintroduced civics into our schools to remind our young people of many great characters of our past. Mr. President, I will build on that work by strengthening our values-based education for all our students in our schools. Mr. President, in our classrooms and our homes, we'll be teaching respect, honesty, accountability, and empathy. Mr. President, on Jamaica Day, I remind us of our national pledge that speaks to the values we aim to instill in our children and in all Jamaicans. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Jamaica will not steam towards the future on ambition alone. It will move forward on the moral courage of its people. And once we continue on this path in our schools and in our communities, our best days will not be behind us, but instead will be ahead of us. Thank you, Mr. President, and happy Jamaica Day.
Senator Gabriela Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join with my colleague in recognizing today as Jamaica Day. It is indeed a recognition of our place on the world stage and how much we've accomplished as a superpower, a small one. It speaks to our resilience, our cultural heritage, our music, or art, and all that we have contributed to this world we celebrate today. But beyond celebration, Mr. President, today is also a reminder of our shared responsibility to build a Jamaica that offers opportunity and development for all Jamaicans. And I join with the minister in her recognition of the importance of character building. I've said in this place more than once that there is a need for a national program that focuses on values and attitudes. And I believe that it must go further than our schools, because when these children go home, they go home to parents. And so it has to be a national emphasis for us to teach Jamaicans self-respect, respect for the country, respect for the values that we hold dear. And I also want to remind us in this place as leaders that we have an important role to play in encouraging these values that we hold dear. It is also important that as we celebrate Jamaica and how far we've come, we look realistically at how much further we have to go. We struggle with inequality. We struggle with educational outcomes. And even as we are optimistic about the future, because we have always been resilient people, let us be realistic and look seriously at the challenges that Jamaicans are facing. Because while some are celebrating today, there are others who are worried about the hope for this country. And as we seek to revive hope and renew that hope among our people, especially the younger generation, we have to be serious and display to them that we, the leaders of today, are serious about the future and serious about tomorrow. And so I want to wish all Jamaicans happy Jamaica Day. May God continue to bless our little island, and may He continue to guide us on the way forward.
Very well said, Senator Gabriel Morris. All right, so on that wonderful note from both sides, and yes, Minister.
It is not intended to do any further business today, Mr. President. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
And I'm certain all is going to say aye to that. So the Senate is now adjourned for a date to be fixed. Thank you very much. Aye and bye. Have a good rest of the evening.
Watch the budget debates live on PBCJ. Jamaica's first female Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Favour Williams, will make her maiden presentation when she opens the budget debate at Gordon House on Tuesday, March 11.